I did want to say that I heard from Bob Mitchell, and he has certain medical family reasons that he is not going to be able to join us today. And prayers with him and his family, for sure. If we could, let me, before we do roll call, introduce one person that is new to our committee today, Danette Wilder. Danette is Hugh Hayden. I remember Hugh is a designee from the Kentucky Workforce Innovation Board. He's chair of that board, and he can send a designee, which he said he would be doing this session because of other other items in life that he needs to focus on right now. Danette, who chairs one of the main committees in KWEB, the Best Practices and Solutions Committee in KWEB, has thankfully agreed to serve on our committee. I thought I would take just a minute here, Danette, if you just want to say maybe why you decided to participate in KWEB, and thank you for participating here.
Thank you. Danette Wilder. Hugh hooked me into it, but I felt obligated as the vice chair for KWEB to support him on that. He hardly ever asks for anything. Most of the time he tells me what I'm going to do, but he hardly ever asks. So I gladly took on the opportunity. I think it's a privilege to understand how all of this is happening, how you guys have done things. I've pretty much reviewed the notes from the last meeting, so I think I'm partially up to speed, but looking forward to seeing the whole process in play. My background is engineering. I'm a small business owner. I own a small aerospace, aviation, defense company where we focus on sealing devices and sealing solutions. So long story short, we create barriers to keep things in and out of systems, things. I also serve as the president for the KY Fame chapter, the Bluegrass chapter, and I serve as the chair for the Commission on Women for the state of Kentucky now. So it's a privilege to be here, and thank you for having me.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Danette, for being here. We did publish notice of this meeting yesterday. Is that right?
Yeah, yesterday morning.
So press has been notified about this meeting. We will be live streaming this meeting, and it will be available after the meeting for individuals that want to go back and see. Is that correct, Raj?
Yeah, it's live.
Pardon?
It's live right now.
Okay, we are live, and we are recording it so that others can come back and see what the decision-making process and what took place. Let's, for purposes of a roll call, maybe starting there with Christelle, for members of the committee, if you just read your name into the record, and we'll get moving.
Christelle Smith, Kathy Gornick.
Shad Fletto.
Mike Bowling.
Brooken Smith.
Hal Heiner.
Josh Benton.
Danette Wilder.
All right. So one person we're hopefully expecting later is Vic Chadha. All right. In front of you are the minutes from the April 20th. I'd accept a motion for approval and then any discussion.
Motion.
Okay, a motion from Shad, a second from Josh Benton. Do we have any comments on the minutes? Okay. Hearing no comments or discussion, concerns, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, they pass unanimously. Just coming back up to speed here for a minute before we need to jump to another room for the first interview. Today is a full day of interviews. If we stay on schedule, we should finish the last interview today at 4:15, and and a little bit of time of discussion before we come back here again tomorrow morning, for some additional interviews. The format will be, 1 minute for the group to introduce who came here to speak to us, from their group, from their school district. After that, there'll be a 4-minute video presentation that they are allowed to narrate the presentation. The video won't speak, but they can speak to it as it plays for 4 minutes. And after those 4 minutes, they will have 6 minutes to present to the committee kind of their overview of the project and why they submitted. And after that, we have 4 questions. If you look back in your book, you'll see there's our weighting. After the minutes, there's how we achieved our weighting. There's a copy of the score sheet, the interview schedule, which is also in the front. And then there's a page called Work Ready Skills Baseline Questions. And what we've asked is that each finalist answer, we decided at our last meeting, each of these 4 first questions. And then after that, after they answer those in the 16 minutes or whatever we have, 14 minutes we have for, we're going to ask these of all the applicants, and then after that, just free to follow up and pursue whatever we want to pursue.
So where are those 4 questions?
They're on
Should be
appendix
a
A.
page called, it's in blue, Work Ready Skills Baseline Questions.
It's before your green tab.
One of the green.
I'm glad you,
I'm happy to go get some more tabs.
Al, I'm glad you added that one question in there about the bonding.
Yep.
That way I don't have to be the mean guy all the time.
So I need 4 volunteers to ask these 4 questions. So question number 1, who wants to ask that, at least in the morning round? Shad?
Okay.
Question 2? Anybody? Christelle? Okay. Question 3?
I can take that.
Okay, Kathy?
I can think of that.
Okay, and Danette, you can ask the 4th one.
Yep.
All right, we want to move through those pretty quickly, so we have time for just sort of random questions. We've included here just sample questions that we've talked about in the past and some that came from when we were asking questions last time. And then we will ask that you fill out, for every interview, there's a page, I'm guessing here in the order of the interviews, that you would put your name up at the top, committee member, and then we will be scoring these from 1 to 4. 1 means this just doesn't fit. 4 means absolutely, Commonwealth of Kentucky needs this project is 4, and then 2 or 3 graded in between there. 2, recommend funding if there are funds available. Or 3, strongly recommend after we take care of all the category 4. So 4 will be the highest. It's a great project. We absolutely have to have it. 1 means I don't think it fits. It just doesn't seem to fit. I mean, it's a good idea, but just doesn't seem to fit with the direction that we're headed. And I think we all kind of have a feel for that. Good feel for that. And 2 or 3 in between. And then if you maybe just, because we've been going through a lot of interviews, and I know at least for me, it helps to jot down some notes, strongest points, weakest points, so that when we go back into discussion tomorrow afternoon on all of them, we're trying to rank relative to other projects that you'll have in notes that you can participate, and just as a refresher. And then on the back page, additional notes as they talk about their project. So we're going to be moving from room to room. We have 25 minutes allotted for each group and 5 minutes to move, and an occasional break once every 2 hours. So with that, I think our first group is waiting for us right now, and that room will be the main conference room. You're welcome
We
to
don't
move
need
them.
them for
Yeah,
this part.
everything will be secure in here.
I'll be in here.
Yeah.
You can trust me.
So,
I do.
If you wanted to access your presentation, they're not gonna do this.
so with that,
Well, I'll just be watching. I don't multitask.
let's temporarily adjourn to the room behind the main entry there.
I believe there are hard copies if you want to look at applications. There's a couple hard copies of each one.
Yeah, I think we have, what'd you say, 5 copies of every application?
the superintendent of Frankfurt Independent Schools. With me today, I have Dr. Ron Chi, who has a dual position, a unique position. He is the Chief Innovation Officer at Kentucky State University, and he's also our Chief Academic Officer at Frankfurt Independent Schools. We also have with us Jason DeLong, who's a local entrepreneur and a community member and a father of children that are in various opportunities. Also with us today, we have our Nexus partners representing private, public, homeschool, and even university level, as well as our business partners with us today.
Thank you for being here.
Raj, are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay, gonna hit the lights so we can see the video better, and once they get it full screen and play, then they can start their live narration.
Today, I want to present to you a concept. We have our Nexus partners with us today that come from all over the region and in our city. These Nexus partners have limited resources and a niche that they might have and go to, such as opportunities dealing with STEM, even advanced manufacturing, could be a local, working with a local entrepreneur. There are various types of opportunities that exist in these silos. And so when you think about these silos that are all throughout our community, what a great opportunity in those silos. And what I want to share with you today is that we want to bring an opportunity that's going to instill 21st century skills, bring these soft skills to our kids, bring an educational infrastructure that's called the Instillery. Imagine a kid coming in, looking at this rooftop, thinking about all the options available to collaborate, looking through the lens of the student, thinking of, oh my gosh, I can do many things. The possibility is endless. And literally collaborating with local industry, business, everything that you can imagine can happen in this space. When you think about it, there's a parking garage that's located in this space. It has over 110 spaces. So we can have outside community members come in, we can have local members come in, everybody in the capital. This is in the heart of the capital city. As you work through this building, you'll find that there's a plethora of opportunities. We want our kids to navigate this building to understand this space is for design thinking. It is for opportunity in advanced manufacturing, construction, IT. The possibilities are endless as you work throughout. It has ceilings 8 feet to 22 feet in height, which gives you, we can knock out the walls and bring things to life with our collaboration. As you'll see, there's also a loading dock, which actually provides an experience where outside businesses can come in and we can actually take product that's developed out. This is a unique opportunity, and as you scan this building, you'll find that there's a unique space that has even 22 feet height in building or in ceilings that provide an opportunity for woodworking, metalworking, construction, HVAC, everything possible where you're collaborating with our local partners in business and industry. As you work down your way down to the basement, you'll find it's a clean space. The space is where this kid, if you look through the lens of a kid, can actually collaborate with local IT partners, become work in software, develop an app. They can create their own ideas, but with someone all over the community and with other students. We are focused on their social and emotional well-being, academic well-being, and opportunities to pathway. As you guide yourself up to the building and you think about the facade of the building itself, yeah, it's a historical structure, but kids will be able to display products and think about all these skills that they're going to be developing and showcasing those to the community. What a great opportunity this is. We want to become the model of makerspaces all over the region, all over the world. When you think about makerspaces that exist throughout the world, they are about job development, job creation. They are about training. We're going to have kids that train, that work with local industry, develop product. It is an exciting time. This is about competitors coming together and being collaborators. The Instillery. I'd like to turn it over to my friend and colleague, Jason Delon.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us this morning. This is a real honor. I'm here representing the community. I'm a small business owner, entrepreneur, father of 2 children. So when I think about this makerspace and all of its opportunities here in Frankfurt, I think about it from a business point of view. I think about it as an entrepreneur, all the innovation opportunities. I think of it as, what is the best education for my children? What are the opportunities they're going to get to be able to be competitive in the 21st century? So I'm very excited about this opportunity. One thing that's really important about this makerspace is its structure. We have developed, it's going to be a nonprofit 501c3. It's going to have a 5-member executive board that's made up of professionals in our community. And below that 5-member board, it would have 13-person advisory committee made up of representatives from all the Nexus partners. Our goal is to be able to get consensus and ideas so we can maximize all the opportunities for the makerspace. On that 13-person advisory board, we have school
that have to be learned and developed so that you want to be a part of something special. We're going to create an infrastructure that'll be second to none. And we'll involve every stakeholder, including you, in this process. Because we're serious about meeting the needs of our workforce. So on behalf of the Instillery idea, I thank you.
Thank you. You got, who's leading off with a question here?
I got one.
You got one, Shay?
Yeah. The bonding capacity relative to your project, can you include how much is available locally if utilized? And if not utilized, what's the purpose?
We have very little bonding capacity that's available, if any. The challenge that we have in Frankfort Independent Schools, as you know, is a tax-exempt property that exists, and thereby creating a pattern of certain revenues that we receive, and therefore our bonding capacity has been limited. But so there's very little available from a bonding capacity standpoint.
In Houston, when you say little, the amount is, your bonding capacity today is?
Well, we went from 1.23 million to 4 million overnight with the second nickel that we recently passed.
Okay.
But it's literally not going to go up too much more until that nickel is equalized. So
Okay, which will give you?
it's
what
about
kind of-
7.8.
You'll have about seven,
Yeah.
you'll have about 7.8.
Yeah.
And that's already headed somewhere, is that, or?
We have the opportunity to, depending on if it is equalized, that could be help to support this project and develop it. But
In our schools.
in our schools. But we also recently did a QZAB and got that opportunity to help bring our construction up to par with our schools.
And those infrastructures are here to support and
Yeah.
incubate these programs regardless.
Yeah.
So those, yeah.
Right, okay, who's got another question?
Yes. Would your project proceed and be completed if a partial award or no award of the work-ready skills was given to you, was provided to you?
We are very passionate about this project, and we're going to work hard to complete this. But the answer to the question is, we are here because we need that money as a catalyst to make this project happen. These spaces that are happening are going to continue to happen, but to really bring everybody together and make this nexus, this collaboration happen, we are in need of this money.
So that in essence means that this will accelerate the timeline of the
Absolutely.
launch.
And then also the building we currently have under contract, we have a temporary contract under it depending on getting this grant. If we're not awarded that grant, there's already some people looking at this building, so we would very much like to receive this grant so we can go ahead and lock this building down, because as you can see, it is the perfect space downtown. It's got the right size, it's got additional amenities, and we think this would be the perfect makerspace.
It's a privately owned building?
It's currently privately owned.
Yes.
Yes.
But you would purchase the building?
Yes,
sir. All right,
And virtually redefine the city as a,
Yeah.
as a learning community.
Okay. So how far away on average is the average targeted attendee for your project from another project program of similar space, of similar scope and audience in both mileage and driving?
With regards to the programming side, there are some exceptional P12, preschool to 12th grade learning opportunities, mostly housed with regards to the alternative innovative programs. School districts have really reached out to industry. It's a space that higher ed needs to do a much better job in supporting what's coming up. And with regards to the general area, we feel like that our program is designed, Central Kentucky area, to house those kids. And we don't feel like that there's anything like what we're trying to present. So within the scope of our the radius of service, we don't feel like that higher ed has really opened the doors to industry to create these problem-solving events, put internships right there at the heart of learning. And I think that with regards to maybe that competitive nature, we are, again, bringing those type of individual efforts into this space to really have it more of a robust opportunity for our kids and industry partners.
Yeah, and I guess in a numeric way, our Nexus partner formally at this moment is about 15 to 20 miles centroid to Frankfurt. But we already are, as this idea is getting further out and people hearing about it, we're being contacted by schools 30 miles, 40 miles away, asking if they could be part of Nexus as well. So already people are getting very excited about this. And I think they see already Frankfurt draws a lot of people from around the state to come to the History Center, to see the state capitol. They see this as a natural role that Frankfurt can play, to be a centroid for this, to bring schools together in this manner. We could have competitions in this space that could expand the entire state. It just is a natural role for Frankfurt, and people are recognizing that.
There was one component with regards to that student population. We are not talking about the elite, like 25th percentile and above. We're talking about the core group of kids who have now become disenfranchised, disconnected within our current educational deliverables. And it is overwhelming with regards to the need for these creative spaces. But to have it centralized, to have it very intentional, to have formal deliverables with regards to coursework, as well as talking about career pathways, we are really trying to bring those valuable programs into the space with the resources and have it maximized with regards to how universities of the future respond with industry.
Yeah, and there's a narrative that happens in Frankfurt you guys might be aware of. Unfortunately, Frankfurt has a bit of a brain drain that occurs to it. You have people, the best and the brightest in high school, get poached by UK, UNL, or somewhere else in the country, and they don't come back for the most part. They go to other places, they take their skills, their knowledge with them, their passion for Frankfurt, and they don't have a niche to come back to. And then the people who don't leave, maybe they come out of high school and they go directly into a job and they start working, and in their 20s and 30s, they've moved through a couple jobs, and they've never found that thing that really excites them or really hits their passion. They've just sort of moved from one job to the next. We see those as one of our major demographics, the 20, 30, 40-year-olds who, yes, they have acquired job skills, but maybe they have not found that thing that excites them in their life and really opens them up or really connects with who they are. And we'd like to bring those people back into the space and let those people find that passion.
Help me understand, if you would. You know, Franklin County has a pretty extensive technology center covering a lot of, seems like some of the same areas you're covering. Why not just send kids to Franklin County's ATC for a lot of this? You talk about advanced manufacturing trades. They're already providing that just down the road. Help me understand. That's the part I can't follow.
I think the idea is not to create and double down on certain niches, but to actually bring everybody together. So this isn't just a Frankfurt Independent Schools thing. This is actually bringing Franklin County Schools, Frankfurt Independent, Frankfurt Christian Academy, even as far as Fayette County. We have schools that are interested in homeschool. And the reason I'm saying this is because we don't want to be competitors. We want to be collaborators to actually prepare a workforce. We've talked to local workforce, Topi. Topi's all on board. He would have been here today. His mother's actually, I'm saying this because she's on her deathbed. But why I'm sharing this is because Sam Ambergy directly said, to prepare the workforce, we have to have these skill sets that are developed and working collaboratively to prepare our kids. So what I'm sharing with you is that we want a space that brings everybody together rather than pull everybody apart. And so the FCTC site is a very great site. We would collaborate with them, and they're a part of this grant, actually, and they would actually bring, and we would have industry in our, so Topi could have a space down there. You could have a Monoplast. Various companies could put spaces down there to work and train the future workforce. It's not that they couldn't do it there, but you're bringing everybody together, and it doesn't feel like that it's one certain school system or place.
So do the certifications actually happen in this building, or
Yes.
they happen at the ATC and this is makerspace?
No, certifications, micro-credentialing, college credit, all of it. So we would have kids that could get college credit. They also could get the certification. They also get the training and the soft skills.
Well, and Houston mentioned earlier these silos in our community. It's true, you know. We've got these schools that are all doing their own thing. They're working on their own initiatives. They're offering their own, they're competing with each other for students. This makerspace would be seen as kind of neutral ground where they can all come together. You could have collaborative work on the same project. So you have private school students working with public school students that may be on a competition together. That's not happening right now. And we also see the Nexus working in reverse. We would have a student from Frankfurt High who the Frankfurt Christian Academy has a certain machinery that they would like to use for a project. They'd be able to use the Nexus to go to that satellite part of the makerspace and use that machinery. So the Nexus is really part of changing a culture where people let their guards down, they let the walls down, and they start working together as opposed to everybody trying to say, this is why you should come to our school and not that school. And then we're seeing the Nexus in the makerspace as kind of neutral territory where everybody can come together and work together.
We also see it as a very high-functioning place. You're getting your foundational basic skills, if you will, within each of these hubs. So the tech center, within the high schools, within the homeschool area, that for the most part, it is getting some skills that are needed, and the makerspace would be an access to real-world problem solving efforts to engage in industry with supports that you couldn't concentrate. With regards to part of this setup, each child will receive a 3-to-1 support. 3-to-1 with regards to academic supports, social emotional, as well as real intentional internship and apprenticeship opportunities.
We're unfortunately running out of time here. We better move on.
Last question. How are the operational costs for your project being funded?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's another reason that this building is so important to our efforts. Currently, how we've designed the makerspace, how we're thinking about the makerspace, how we're thinking about the for-profit, there are a lot of revenue streams that can be built in parallel to all the pieces we're putting in for the makerspace. So, for example, he talked about the 110 parking spaces. We can start to use that for rent that can go to the bottom line to fund the operations of the nonprofit. That space on the top, that can be used for classroom space, that can be used for outdoor project space, but it also would be an amazing event space, political events, weddings. I can imagine a lot of people seeing that green roof going, I want to have my wedding up there. You can charge $5,000, $6,000, $10,000, $15,000 sometimes, depending on the size of the wedding and what they're doing. All of that can go to the bottom line of the nonprofit to ensure that it's a sustainable funding model. I've worked around nonprofits for about 15 years now, and I would never design a nonprofit or work on a nonprofit that did not have a sustainable revenue model, because the last thing you want to have happen with a nonprofit is you get it all set up, it gets 5 years down the road, and then it has to go out and start requesting money from people. And you know what happens, money comes with strings. People can change the mission through donations. So we want to build this thing with the money that you guys can provide us to be solid from day one and sustainable for decades to come, so that its mission can be aligned with your guys' needs, and we can keep it on that track.
Follow up on something on your project costs that just couldn't understand. On the cost for the project, it shows a cash match of $793,000 with 3 asterisks after it. And then in the description, it sounds really like it's more non-cash match, that this is just, not that it's just, but that it's other pieces located at the other participating schools that will assist this program. But I can't see that anybody is sort of writing a check. I mean, is anybody writing a check and, you know, here's $793,000 to build out first and second floor kind of thing, pays the contractor? I mean, is
so
that...
the triple asterisk, you know, we've talked to first round applicants in Boone County specifically, and they put down as their cash match, they were given a building.
Mhm.
And we see the Nexus partners, they are giving us access to their space, and they have spent money to build these spaces. So just like being given resources, as Boone County was given a building, we're being given access to these spaces, and they are becoming part of the Nexus. So just as Boone County said, we have this resource or this infrastructure, we are now being given infrastructure, and it adds up to that. We actually could include Franklin County, and that was another $400,000 or $500,000 worth of equipment and technology that they can now bring to the table, but they wanted approval from the board, so we couldn't.
When you talk about bringing to the program, you're talking about just that the students might do some of their training there in existing equipment and some here,
That's
right?
yeah,
That the
that's
programs
exactly.
would be put together.
And as Houston said, we're not looking to redouble infrastructure. We're looking to inventory all the infrastructure, all the skill training in the community, and then raise the bar and add where the holes are, so we can create more pathways and we can then we can expand services that are currently in the community.
But of the potential 7.8 million may show up in bonding capacity, none of that's going into this project. Is that what we're saying?
No, I mean, we can actually put some money into that. One of the things we're prepared to do, depending on what happens here,
Okay.
is go back to, I've already spoken to some companies as well as, for example, Topi and others to kind of talk and see, hey, if we're given an opportunity, will you double down with us? You know, and then also our board, you know, I haven't gotten a specific number because we don't have much cash flow, as you know, in Frankfurt Independent.
Right.
But there's opportunity there. We're willing to put skin in the game. It's just how, you know, how coming to how much and what we can do. The other part of it is, just so you know, KSU is giving cash match and access to facilities as well to support.
How much is that cash match?
Up to $250,000.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our time for question and answer.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Okay, appreciate it.
I think you probably know the format, just a kind of 1-minute introduction. We very much appreciate you coming here to Frankfurt. Thank you. 1-minute introduction. We'll have a 4-minute video. You're welcome to narrate. And then we've got then 6 minutes if you just kind of just overview the project and how it's important and what you plan to do. Touch on financials if you would. And then we'll go to Q&A. And with that, the floor is yours for introductions.
For a minute real quick, just ask for everybody after myself to just introduce themselves, who they're with, and their position in the organization. My name is Brian Miller. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Home Builders Association of North Kentucky. We own and operate the Ensweiler Building Program, and it's which is now celebrating its anniversary. Sean?
Sean Cox, Director of Professional Development, Home Builders Association, Northern Kentucky. I administer and run the education program.
Tom Larson, Kenton County School District. I'm the Director of Student Engagement.
Superintendent, Boone County Schools.
David Ross, I'm the Superintendent, Campbell County Schools.
Mike Borchers, Superintendent, Ludlow Independent Schools.
Fernando Figueroa, President of Gateway Community Technical College.
Marissa Schutzman, Vice President, Gateway Community Technical College.
Morning. Yep, let's go. We'll have it going here for you in just a minute.
So this is a very regional approach that you're gonna see. You'll see three buildings that we'll be talking about. That's our building, which is houses the Insular Ability Institute, includes an adult evening post-secondary program, daytime high school introduction to trades, and through the program, we'll include an expanded ATC, or Area Technology Center for high schools. You saw the front of our building. This is where we're looking to add to in this area here. This is our carpentry shop. We look to add out to this footprint here, coming out from this wall, basically double the size of our carpentry shop. Extremely important to not only our evening adult programs, but our high school day learners for time on task. This is our addition out the back, so we're looking to add a welding program, a heavy diesel mechanics for construction program, and also masonry program. This is the same area out the back there. This is gonna move real quick, because we've got three different buildings. This is our proposed new entrance, which is on the west side of our building. This is on the inside of the building, looking out at that proposed new west entrance. Unfortunately, this is our current entrance for our adult evening learners, our delivery entrance, ringing bell. This is our current carpentry shop. It is 56 feet by 61 feet. It's about able to hold 15 daytime students maximum with one instructor, be able to safely keep their hands working, but we need to double it. This is one of our current flex classrooms with no technology. This also serves as our boardroom, has no technology, not even a whiteboard. This is a large event center that we propose to be able to put in accordion walls, put 4 separate rooms in there, and also a flexible space to handle graduations, large functions, job fairs, and this is just a panorama of that. This is our current plumbing classroom. Again, we have no technology, just one whiteboard. This is our current electrical classroom. Again, we have no technology, one whiteboard. Notice our students sit on folding chairs and folding tables. This is our current HVAC lab and also a shared learning lab. Part of the carpentry expansion will also have a better shared learning lab, as we're not able to do any wall work or any masonry on the floors in this area here. This is a current storage room that we have that we hope to turn into a student instructor lounge. Currently, they have to go outside in order to get a break, especially in the wintertime. Campbell County has an elementary school, the old Alexandria Elementary Plot. It's an 8,000 square foot building. It's located over in this area here. Another look from the outside of the building showing ample parking and a pretty healthy exterior. This would house daytime high school introduction to trade students. It would also be able to allow the ATC to expand into an HVAC and plumbing program. Current bathrooms are set up for children, they're not set up for adults, so we have to renovate those. There are 6 classrooms of equal size. As you enter the building, there's 3 on one side and 3 on the other. It's perfectly set up for what we plan to do. Plumbing labs, HVAC labs, introduction to trades, high school daytime programming. We have no technology in the building whatsoever, some old CRT TVs, so we would need to have better technology. The best building in the area is the Campbell County Area Technology Center. Currently operates as an area technology center for high school students. However, it does not have any plumbing or HVAC programming. It does have masonry programming. We do not have masonry programming in our other 2 counties or the other counties that these 3 counties serve. This is their current classroom for carpentry. It's a robust classroom. Our proposal with the Campbell County Area Technology Center is to utilize the spaces for adult evening. The building sits vacant after 2:45, except for some administrative staff, and it's underutilized. Again, here's the welding shop. We'll have to utilize that for adult post-secondary evening education. Plenty of equipment, about 20 bays. This is the electrical lab and classrooms. Again, we're merely just asking for money for materials to be able to supply for adult evening learners and not have to use the materials that they use. So with that, we're not the free store food bank, but with that, that's a brief tour of the 3 different buildings and our regional approach to the Kentucky Regional Partnership. Real quick, the Ensweiler Building Institute, like I said, is set to celebrate its 50th anniversary this year. It is the nation's longest continually operating construction trades program run by a private association. We train construction skills for both residential and commercial industrial components of the construction sector for post-secondary adults in the evenings. It is a German model of apprenticeship. We teach 7 courses in carpentry, electric, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, facilities maintenance, plumbing, masonry, welding, and we wish to begin a diesel mechanics program for heavy construction if funded through this opportunity. We've long been partners with our educators in the high schools and the high school area technology centers, as well as Gateway Community and Technical College, among many others. We have greater need for workers in our area than do advanced manufacturers. We have many gaps in construction career tracks in our region, which we will fill if awarded this funding opportunity. We launched a high school daytime pilot program in 2017 as an introduction to construction trades program, and placed 55 high school students in basic carpentry, electric, plumbing, and heating, ventilation, air conditioning courses during the 2016 to 2017 school year. Students were introduced to the beginning learning concepts of these trades in hopes they would find a career path in the skilled construction trades. Participating school systems included Boone County Schools, Ludlow High School, and the Northern Kentucky Educational Cooperative Service, who serve smaller school systems throughout our region. The expansion of this pilot program to other counties will create a pipeline for young high school learners to option into high school area technology centers or directly into the construction workforce upon graduation. The funding will allow for career track alignment for our industry and its core components of construction. We are currently articulating programs with Gateway Community and Technical College, where our evening adult learners earn college credit, and we are in the process of articulating our full suite of course offerings. Our service area covers both urban and rural areas within 5 counties, and we believe that our proposal is the most innovative partnership between public education and the private industry that you have before you in the second round of funding. We look forward to better addressing the largest scale construction trade shortage since immediately following World War II with your help. Questions?
Thank you, Brian. We've got 4 questions. I do have one. If you just explain to us, just in a minute, you've got a lot of partners here. The training, you talked about adult training, Campbell County, other places. Is that something that home builders will run that training in the evening? Is that what you're proposing?
Facilities, we would operate the programs. The programs are instructed by professional tradespeople who are either currently working during the day and then instructed in the evening. It's provided a highly effective means of learning, and through that we've had a 100% job placement rate in the last year.
So these dollars will be going into how many different locations that home builders will operate?
The dollars for materials will be going into the Campbell County Area Technology Center for simply materials to help supplant what they already have there. The dollars will be going into what is the old Alexandria Elementary building, which is currently a vacant building, scheduled for demolition. That will be for renovation of the structure and for materials. That will include adult learners in plumbing and HVAC.
What county is that?
Campbell County.
That's in Campbell,
Yes.
okay.
They are about,
2 locations in
two
Campbell.
locations in Campbell are about 3 miles apart.
Okay.
The reason that that's important is high school students are already being bused out of Pendleton County to the Campbell County Area Technology Center. It would not be much more of a lift for them to just go another 3.5 miles up the road to use the other facility.
Got it.
The other location for funding is our building currently, which is the Home Builders Association's Ensweiler Building Institute, 17,000 square foot structure. We're looking for roughly a 6,000 square foot addition on the back of it and some retrofits inside. There are also some other materials we would need for that to start a masonry program, a welding program, a diesel mechanics for heavy construction program. And as you see, our students are rather ill-served by sitting on folding chairs and folding tables. We want to have pride of ownership in the construction industry for the folks who enter our sector, and in order to do that, they need to have appropriate facilities.
Okay, great. All right, we've got some questions. Good. Christelle?
I want you to discuss the bonding capacity relative to your project, including how much is available and being utilized, and if the bonding capacity is available but not being utilized, could you explain why?
Superintendent, answer that.
Right. I mean, we're gonna bond for our project. We've got about $1 million in bonding available as a district right now. We've got over $40 million worth of bonding needs for our district as it is for our instructional program. And so without this grant, we really can't use our bonding potential to increase this program at this time. We're still paying off the $11 million ATC that we bonded and purchased as a district 5 years ago. So really that's exhaust our bonding on the original ATC.
Yeah, as a school district, we're prevented from purchasing any type of building or materials and then giving that out. I think the unique thing of this particular partnership with the Homeowners Association in our particular areas. They have an established building. As part of this particular process, this will allow them to turn over the building to us. We would manage the building similar to what we do with the ATC process and lease that back to them through direct or indirect costs. But through that process, that will allow them to expand the program into Campbell County, which they're not being able to serve half of the particular region. Plus the addition at this particular building that the funds would allow us to do would be to increase our capacity. Right now, we have 55 students sitting there, but we have a waiting list of students to be able to get into the program. If there's not enough space issue at that particular building to handle that.
Okay.
I have another question in a different direction. Would your project proceed and be completed if a partial award or no award from the Work Ready Skills initiative funds was granted? And does that award accelerate the timetable of launching your program? If
It's an important question. It's one of the reasons why we brought this graphic here. This is our current enrollment. So, these are adult learners in the evenings at our location, also working with Gateway 199. Current high school, this includes the Introduction to Trades program, also the current enrollment in the high school area technology centers, and the construction trades of 464. And currently, the students that we have, that we've articulated with in our HVAC programs, who can earn college credit, is at 14, a total of 677. If we had no funding whatsoever, we may be able to make a little bit of adult headway, but we may make no headway with current high school students, and we would make very little headway with the current KCTCS enrollment for dual credit. Our projected enrollment, if the program was fully funded, would include 661 adult evening learners, 1,293 high school students in either an introductory trades program or with the expanded area technology center programs in masonry in Boone County, which they do not have in Boone or Kenton County, and the plumbing and HVAC programs that they don't have in our entire region. And our projected KCTCS dual credit enrollment will be at 331 adults who graduate through our program and earn dual credit, basically a year of college credit. If it was pared back some, it would have an effect. I think that there are probably areas in our proposal that could use haircuts. You don't want to come in very low and run out of money for the entire program. So I'm sure that we can bring back some construction costs. We have a very healthy marketing budget of around, I think, $493,000. I'm looking at the last two numbers. That can be worked through. And the benefit about that we can work through that is we do have such a great relationship with our educators in the area. Sean is in the area high schools practically every day. Our promotional materials, our videos, whatever what have you to promote the evening adult program and those construction trades in general are now becoming a part of their pre-graduation their students for career readiness.
Okay.
So in the video, you highlighted a couple of times how you don't have any technology in any of the classrooms. And so this is a two-part question. One is why don't you have it? And B, if you were to be able to put technology in, how would it make a difference? Let's say, for an example, in the plumbing course.
To give you an idea of the affordability of our programs, and which is the reason that's driven the lack of technology in our building, obviously the retired Alexandria Elementary School building was mothballed at a time when technology was not utilized all that much in the elementary schools. Our evening adult tuition is $2,100 a year. Through this dual credit program, if we have high school students that go through an ATC, pass proficiency exam, pass year one of our programs, automatically go into year two. If they're in electrical track, which is the longest time period for our track, and earn college credit at Gateway Community and Technical College, with no outside funding options, if they're just using their credit card or they're writing the checks themselves, that entire cost to them, not for 1 year, the entire pathway is $13,500. Now, mind you, compare that to the Midwest Technical Institute in Indianapolis, it's $15,500 a year. That's very impressive. How would we utilize the technology? More and more, there are videos that are being used for construction trades. There are online manuals that are being used for construction trades. Construction tradespeople themselves put examples on YouTube and other, like Vimeo and other sources for best practices. About half of the class time, our instructors are wanting to use videos. We have one portable projector in our space, and it came with the building back in 2006. It links on and off. So technology is much greater use in our classrooms, and we have to have the construction sector on an even playing field with the other sectors that have need.
Yeah, I think, you know, in answering that, we've tried to keep the cost down low because we're always bargaining them to drive their costs down for us as students. But with the fact right now, it's more of a generalized approach, and I think with the technology, we can personalize it more and do the flipped classroom so that the students are learning and we're doing more of the hands-on as opposed to any time that they're sitting in there with general instruction. So technology is an absolute must, but the key is keeping the cost down for the students.
Okay. I have a question. How far away, on average, is the average targeted attendee for your project from another project or program of similar scope and audience in both mileage and driving time?
Gateway Community and Technical College has programs in electrical and HVAC. Ours are different. Ours are evening-based, so it allows for an Earn While You Learn program. They are rather close. I mean, they're probably about 5 miles from our campus. But for adult learners, there is nothing else in Northern Kentucky. There is no masonry. There is no carpentry. There is no welding. Well, there's this. There are many programs that have no pathway whatsoever. Our biggest competitor, and let me make this statement, when it comes to adult construction trades learning, we are the largest program. If you look across the river, it would be up near Mason where Great Oaks is. If you look at the heat map that was in our presentation, most of our students, and that was a 5-year cumulative total, most of our students come near our programs. That's why it's so vitally important that we were able to open up satellite camps in Campbell County. If they have to drive a half an hour, if they have to drive 40 minutes or an hour, literally some of these people are making different career choices. We were just talking to Dr. Russ beforehand. He has somebody that he knows very, very closely that went into education because there was no plumbing track. So people are making career choices based on the ability for them to get to the education location. And we do have students from Lexington. We do have students from up in Cincinnati. But if you look at the heat map, most of our students are very, very close to where our current facility is.
Would that be like 5 miles to 40 mile radius?
What were you, about 11 miles from the river? So if we have a 10-mile radius, I would say it's where most of our students are coming from for our evening adult learners. And for the school systems, it becomes very complex for them to do busing.
Well, I think what's unique about this partnership is the fact that instead of Campbell County and us going in separate directions, we're coming under the umbrella with a partnership with the Home Builders Association of small business owners and saying, look, here's a need. What we're doing, instead of trying to duplicate Ken Campbell and that, is come under the Home Builders approach and along with Gateway, and we're funneling everything through one particular mechanism, so we're not competing, so we can drive down the cost,
Right.
but increase the enrollment. That's our overall thing. We're not competing with Gateway. Those students still need some of those if they want to advance on, but we've got to get them there first, and we don't have the real programs to get them there.
So an impressive number of high school students, 1,200 proposed. Will they be receiving dual credit, at Gateway so that they can stack in the future? I mean, are these all like plumbing?
They on their own could do dual credit at Gateway currently as of July 1st, I believe, according to the recent statutes. They can do dual credit for our evening adult program. If part of the plan on the programming is to push our first year programming down into the high school area technology centers. So in their junior and senior years, they should be able to learn, for the most part, for most of our courses, what they need to know in the first year of our programming. Let me echo what Dr. Poe said.
Okay, but let me just back up, Brian, just for a second. But will they be earning, while they are learning in that first year, will those be dual credit courses? In other words, credit that will account towards an associate's in applied science?
Here's what our goal is, just that, okay? Right now, our current program is an apprentice trade journeyman program, but that is to match it up with Gateway. Dr. Figueroa and I were just having this conversation before we started. What we have to do from these different career workforce grants, not just this one, but all of them out there, is we need to be meeting with your department and post-secondary with Dr. Botts and so forth, and aligning those up with the curriculum numbers so that they are earning that same credit, so that they don't have to go to Gateway and duplicate. So we're into those conversations, and our goal is for all those students to be able to go to P14, and that's where we're having those conversations. And then we need to come back to you, to be quite honest, as workforce development with post-secondary and say, we need to make this happen. How do we break down the barriers and challenges so that our kids are earning dual enrollment, and break down these things with the Professional Standards Board, with the ID coding, and the post-secondary with that, I know at the University, NCAT, or whatever your accrediting body is, for post-secondary, and say, how do we get these instructors matched up so that the curriculum aligns? So that's the balance and the barriers that we're facing, and we're gonna overcome those barriers. We're gonna blow through the rocks with your all's help, but that's the additional conversation.
So when the student finishes plumbing, electrical, carpentry, do they have a certificate? Do they have something that's transportable that goes with them in the future? Or?
They have a nationwide certificate from the Home Builders Institute, which is recognized by the U.S. Department of Labor and the Kentucky Department of Labor and instruction.
And I will say our seniors exiting their program just in the first year get a $7,000 increase in wages with that journeyman's program if they complete the program as is right now that we want to expand. But we also want to expand that into dual credit, as you're saying. That's the next step.
Mike?
So essentially, what you're saying is that in the area of vocational, that area has not been put together so that you can get Gateway's credits with your school system. I know that some of the community colleges, Southeast Community College, for instance, are working, and there are students that are getting that type of training, and they're getting the dual credits. But I take it that's not in the building trades area or the vocational area?
I think Dr. Figueroa will answer that, but no, we are there, but I'll let him.
Yeah, well, that's why we're developing the articulation agreement, so that they can take them and then they can fold into our programs, and they get credit for them when they articulate into our programs.
Okay.
But you're working to...
We've completed one. We
Yeah.
completed one in HVAC, and it's really substantial. They leave Home Builders and come to Gateway, and they're already sitting with 43 credit hours out of the 60-something required for the associate's degree.
Yeah, one of
Expand that. Right.
and that's really, and that is kind of one of the goals, I think, is that whatever a student earns, that they can stack on that in the future if they want to in the future. Some percentage will want to.
Most of our students are not, they're there to work during the day and get this license at night. Probably not your normal Gateway students. We're encouraging people to get into Gateway because we're aging workforce and our laws of management.
We real quickly, because of time, we brought back 55 students last year that are in this program that were dropout students that are going through this program, simultaneously earning their high school degree, getting some credits. Next year, we'll have 144 students that were dropouts that are dropped back in that is going through this existing program. But as you can see, we're limited on their capacity because we're not the only school system that they serve. So we have a great need in this particular area for expansion.
I have a question. How are the operational costs for your project being funded?
Through tuition, solely through tuition.
And that's, to be honest, that's the barrier with dual credit, with, the state doing the 155 right now. That's where we have challenges coming forward because of the cost of this program and the cost of dual credit and making those match up and getting industry partners to help lower that cost of tuition to help support the cost.
So the 1,200 high school students would pay tuition?
High schools are currently paying.
We're paying it. We're currently paying that.
Oh, the school districts are paying it.
300, we do a very in-depth work with our students to try to find the dual credits. We work with Gateway to do the automotive. This is a big area that we lack because we feel to help our kids be successful, if they can take these post-secondary programs while they still have all the support back in the school system, this is one that we're really lacking. We're the other partnership. We have students that years ago, once their senior year was over, we were trying to personally find places to place them. This allows them to make this connection to get the skill set that puts them ahead, and then through the home builders, they're placed already. So this gives us another tool in our toolkit to get them into a workforce that they can be successful with that's been lacking for so long.
Danette, you had a question? Did you have
Oh,
something?
I just wanted to make sure we covered question number two, which, okay, earlier.
I do have a question on Campbell County for this school that will be renovated. Will Campbell County charge rent on the school as part of this project? I noticed you listed in the cash or the non-cash match. I mean, will it be rent on the school, or is this like, here?
This is a partnership.
School.
This is truly a private-public partnership. This will provide for our students and our adults, both in Campbell County, and I represent not just Campbell County Public, but also the 6 independent districts that are also served by our ATC, and Pendleton County. Distance is so far from Boone County that they're not being served, that this is going to serve both our kids in school and our adult learners. And for us, this is a partnership. This benefits our community and it benefits the greater community of North Kentucky.
So you're saying, here's a facility, use it for free.
We still own the facility.
Yeah, you'll still own it, but it's available for this program.
Facility that is being basically revitalized. I mean, it's about
lowering the cost of tuition. That's our goal in our partnership. We're
Yeah.
lowering the cost of tuition.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else with a pressing question here before we move? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Interesting project.
Did everyone sign?
I believe.
Handouts that you
All right.
already just are the pictures of who we are, so that
Great.
when you're.
Okay.
Just in case you don't know us.
Yeah.
Mr. Secretary. Yeah. I'm probably already on the most wanted.
You
this
are,
morning.
you are, for sure.
And don't ask
Right.
Shad any questions either.
Okay.
Zip it, Shad.
Safe with me.
All right, well, you know the, those are, and then we'll have some questions. I think you know some of them already.
How are you?
Okay, so this is.
All right, let's get started. So the floor is yours.
All right. Well, we'll go through introductions here. My name is Kurt Reiber. I'm the president and CEO of the Freestar Food Bank.
Alicia Webb Edgington, I'm the president of the Life Learning Center, Covington, Kentucky.
I'm Sean Lehman, guidance counselor from Lloyd Memorial High School.
Carissa Schutzman, vice president, Gateway Community and Technical College.
I'm Casey Wagonfield, operations with Belflex Staffing Network.
I'm Tony Lavatory, Director of Workforce Development and Social Enterprises for the Freestar Food Bank.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Smith. I'm a grants manager at the Freestar Food Bank.
Fernando Guerrero, President, Gateway Community Technical College.
You're just going back and forth around the room.
That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing today.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, should be, if you get us moving here.
All right. We will be here to present our Lift the Tri-State, a logistics training program for unemployed and underemployed individuals and area high school students. Our partners include Gateway Community College, Lloyd Memorial High School, Belflex Staffing Network. As you can see, our folks at Gateway are going to be able to maintain ownership. They'll be our fiscal agent for our capital equipment that will be acquired under this program. And Lloyd Memorial High School, they have a dual credit program already working with Gateway, so we think that there's a great partnership there. Belflex Staffing, one thing that we're really thrilled about Belflex is they will have direct employment opportunities for our graduates, as well as ongoing financial support, so a sustainable model through corporate America. The Life Learning Center obviously brings us full circle to gaining job readiness and soft skills for our graduates and allow us to work for the program. While our students are at Life Learning Center, they'll come there at 9 o'clock in the morning and they'll go through a classroom where they'll get an opportunity to learn soft skills, computer literacy, workplace communication, problem solving, and financial management. The computer lab is also established so that the students will be able to go in there and have 30 contact hours with our partners at Gateway, which will allow them to get 3 credit hours towards their advanced placement in one of the Gateway's degree programs. In addition to being able to learn this, they're going to have wraparound services that will be provided to the students that will be benefit enrollment as well as a housing assistance that will help them make them successful, as you see from this Hall of Fame from the Life Learning Center. They'll also get fed before they head over to the to our warehouse where they'll get the hands-on training. This is important to them. This is our Wilder, Kentucky distribution center where the students will be able to be located, and they'll come to there through the 2 vans that are requested under this proposal. We're up just off of I-275, and we have a great potential here. But as you can see, we've got a lot of older used equipment that this proposal in and of itself will allow us to be more effective with the students that we get into the program. We have 31,000 square feet that will be operating here, and the students will have access to the entire working warehouse, and will be working and moving and helping us move the roughly 23 million meals that we distribute every year. The equipment that we're getting in the grant here will allow our students to have hands-on experience with equipment that will be state-of-the-art equipment. We'll have racking systems that we have already secured financing for, that will be able to have the students come in and go out of the program and really have access to hands-on state-of-the-art equipment. We're building off of our program that we've been very successful with, which is our culinary training program called Cincinnati Cooks. We've been doing this for 15 years, and we've had great success with that. 90% of our students that graduate from our program get jobs. We know that we can take this LIFT program and experience the same support that we've gotten from Cooks. We know that with your support, we'll be able to get local students and adults into meaningful careers in logistics.
Great. Go on with an overview.
Yeah, basically what we're looking at is, when you talk about a program that's making a difference, we're going to be reaching underemployed and unemployed individuals, high school students that are looking to jumpstart their career in logistics because it's a growing field in our area, as you know, with Amazon, DHL expansion, CVG Airport, and the like. We've also worked with local providers like Belflex that are going to be able to provide immediate access to jobs as well as connections to a lot of the partners they work with that will allow our students to get not only hands-on experience in the training model, but also getting jobs when they get out, because that's what's really critically important. And as far as a sustainable model, we think we have that in spades because we already have of the $1.6 million that we're looking to support this program over 3 years. We already have a little over $1.3 million committed from external sources and corporate sponsors such as Belflex that is contributing $800,000 to the program, and that's a very sustainable model in our opinion.
And if I could, Mr. Secretary, I just want to speak to a moment about what Life Learning Center brings to the table relative to this project. We have a holistic core curriculum that's copyrighted. We teach life skills, soft skills, if you will, relative to individuals that are at risk in the community. It's based on 5 pillars of life that we know that make people successful, that have made you all successful. And this curriculum is coupled with wraparound care services, a care continuum, if you will, relative to the individuals that are at risk in the community. So the barriers that these individuals face of getting a job and keeping a job and sustaining that is what we teach at the Life Learning Center. So those are critical components to the at-risk population, and we see this as a great collaboration relative to the public-private opportunity.
And as a staffing provider with 7 local offices in the tri-state area, we see every day firsthand the demand for forklift operators in that area and the lack of talent to fill those positions. I know Belflex and the McCall family are excited and committed to joining forces with the Free Store Food Bank to make a difference in the lives who live in the community. We actually just finished up our Belflex Junior Mentoring Program yesterday at Newport High School, graduating students through that. We think this will be a great addition, obviously, for those who don't want to go into secondary education to obtain the skills needed to enter the workforce.
At Gateway Community and Technical College, we have experience in the logistics area. We began our program in 2014, and that was based on partnership with about 20 of our logistics employers in the area. The program that we are doing that we want to do with Free Store Food Bank would include college credit, and it would also include industry certifications. So these students would be able to leave the program with the Manufacturing Skill Standards Council Certified Logistics Associate credential, and that is the beginning of a pathway that would not only take them through post-secondary training at Gateway, but could transfer on to another school with a similar program. And we know that this population needs to be served. In Northern Kentucky, our unemployment rate hovers around 4%, and employers are looking at ways to engage new populations, and we believe that this partnership with Life Learning Center and Free Store Food Bank would accomplish that.
And as part of the high school part, we've had great success with working with Gateway. Over this past year, we piloted a new dual credit program and co-op program for logistics. And what we're hoping to do is the relevance of that with our students is really hit home as far as being in a job and doing a co-op for the second semester of school. So we're hoping that the relevance of that can lead over to working with the Free Store Food Bank and getting some of our students that are doing co-ops and just getting them out at earlier ages as sophomore and juniors to see the program and how the warehouse works and the logistics that go on at their warehouse. So seeing state-of-the-art technology there would help our students to buy into this as a good career field that they just don't know much about.
What makes us very unique, the program very unique, is it's a great combination of soft skills and marketable work skills. Over the views of what we see in the work development, some tend to grade higher on one and lower on the others. Be a nice combination. They'll be able to get 4 certifications through the program. Their lift truck certification, their CLA lift truck certification, their CLA Certified Logistics Associate, Serve Safe Food Handlers certification, as well as the Life Learning Center certification.
I think this is a critical program right now because when you think about while the unemployment rate is by historical standards low, the families that we're working and reaching are families that are being excluded from the workforce. And that's really what we're trying to reach is the underemployed and unemployed individuals. They're having a difficult time and have several barriers to entry. The beauty part about this program is that we are coupling the success that we've had from our Cooks program and taking those best practices and applying to the logistics field. We distribute 23 million meals a year to 20 counties in the tri-state area, and we're going to be drawing from a lot of the rural communities here in northern Kentucky, which I think is really going to be a critical factor in terms of bringing folks into the workforce that would not otherwise be able to get there. And the jobs that we're seeing are paying very well. They're paying, beginning around $14 an hour and going up from there. So that's a real, critical component of this whole, work-life balance, but also as we said, the safety net of supportive services that we're providing in addition to the training allows people to be successful in the training program.
You only got 3 of the 4 certifications. Could you go over them?
Sure, the Certified Logistics Associate, forklift training, the ServSafe Food Handler, and the Life Learning Center.
That concludes our executive summary portion. Now begins the question and answer, 15 minutes.
Okay. So we have a question about bonding capacity relative to the project, and this is, relative to the secondary school, and if you have any available, and if you do, are you planning on using that for this project? And if you don't really have any bonding capacity, or you do have bonding capacity available and are not using it, is there a reason why?
Well, we really don't need any bonding capacity because there's no construction that's being done. If you think about it, we're utilizing Gateway's resources, we're using Life Learning Center's resources, and the Freestore Food Bank's facilities already. So the only thing that we're getting under this grant is the equipment that's needed to basically bring the foundational support.
Right. And facilities are already in place.
Facilities are already in place, so it's a fairly easy ask in terms of what we're looking at, and the operational support is there from our corporate sponsors.
So without this funding, would your project proceed, or would it proceed with a partial award?
Well, it's always difficult to answer that kind of a question simply because we'd love to have everything that we've asked for, because we think that we've brought a fully funded project, and really what we're asking for is the last dollars in. So the component there is that we will move forward with this program because it's so essential and critical. When we talk about the industry that we're looking at, the logistics industry is a growing, burgeoning area. That's the same reason why we got into the Cooks program, is because it was an area that individuals with past criminal records, for example, could get into that field very easily. Would it be delayed? We submitted an application in the first rounds of grants, so our project has already been delayed as a result of that coming in with the second round. We're going to move forward with this program, and we're looking forward to starting the classes in July, so that the students will then be able to get an entire class section in, because then they'll be able to be hired in the November-December timeframe by the DHLs, the Amazons, the eBays, the First, and the Kroger companies that we've been having discussions with.
So this funding would accelerate the time?
It would accelerate the problem, yes, absolutely. It would allow us to launch this and be very effective and provide critical state-of-the-art equipment to our students.
To state-of-the-art equipment, it's nice. Give them a bigger depth and a wider breadth of the training program.
And we were talking about the certifications. One of the 4 was the Safe Food, whatever.
ServSafe Food Handlers.
Yeah, which doesn't fit under this program. I mean, is there equipment in here that relates to that particular certification?
Because they're working in a warehouse that has food, so we're going to. That's an added bonus for those who go to Kroger's or one of the warehouses. It's not a strict component, but it's something that we will train them in for handling food as part of their process. Give them a more diversity of warehouses that they can go to and apply for.
And Secretary Heiner, what we see is that there's a lot of food service providers because of the fact that Kroger is headquartered there, and we felt that when we went out and talked to the employers, or potential employers for these students, that was something that they thought would be a good add-on to it, and we said it wasn't that much of a difficult for us to make that possible.
Right, and I'm not disputing that it has some value, but doesn't fit in this program. But the items on your project cost description here, anything directly related or solely related to that?
No, it's not. It's just basically an add-on that we have that we're bringing additional value to the program.
Could you address one item on there, though, that has 2 passenger vans? How does that? I don't understand how that relates to this program.
When you think about the difficult to serve population, transportation is a huge barrier to entry. So what our vans will do is that we have designated 4 sites where our students will be picked up from and then brought to the Life Learning Center at 9 o'clock in the morning. They will then be transported over to our distribution center in Wilder, Kentucky, and then transported back to where they've been picked up originally. We think that eliminates one of the barriers. That's one thing we saw in our Cooks program that we've been doing for 16 years, that allows our students to be more effective and efficient and not have to worry about transportation issues, whether it's riding on tank or riding one of their own vehicles.
You know, some of these high school students as well, or how,
Well,
you mentioned students that
well,
wanted to jumpstart their career. What,
Well, the high school students, we'll be working with Lloyd High School in terms of getting those students back and forth to the program as well, whether it's in their own vehicles or school-operated vehicles. If we need to utilize the vans to do transportation there as well, we can do that. So it's really a combination. We're going to have the adults that we're trying to reach as well as the students, because I think that's an important component, because a lot of students, as Sean said, we are not really interested in going on to a four-year college.
right.
But the beauty part about this is that when they go through the program, they'll get academic credit towards advanced placement at Gateway Community College.
And this is what grades students we're talking about?
That, right now, our program is just for seniors, and mainly due to a lot of the logistics companies that we're partners with, they won't hire anybody that's under 18, so that makes it a little difficult. The nice part about this is, again, trying to expand on our program that we have going, is to try to get sophomores and juniors over to see these facilities and see state-of-the-art technology in work at an earlier age, so that they're buying in more come that sophomore, junior year, so that when we do the co-op program and dual credit program their senior year, that they're more prepared for that.
Mr. Secretary, if I could, the two biggest barriers that we see to individuals in the at-risk population, whether it's students 18 years or older, are transportation issues and childcare issues. And so at the Life Learning Center, when they come for that portion of the program, obviously the transportation issue is huge, but we also have childcare facilities on site that's outsourced to a third-party entity. So we'll be able to provide that for them as well
On site at the food bank?
at the Life
At the
Learning
Life
Center.
At the Life Learning Center?
Yes.
Okay.
And the other thing that we're looking at too is when you think about starting this in the summer, everybody's heard about the summer slide for students that get out of high school and are getting, trying to figure out whether or not they're going to go to a trade school, whether or not they're going to go to a 2-year or 4-year college. This allows us to get them into a program that they start, engaging right away, so that you're not going to have that kind of fall back.
And if I could just one follow-up to that, currently at Holmes High School, Dr. Figueroa and I are working on a project to look at the children that are in that summer slide program. Over 82% of the children at Holmes High School that are seniors get accepted to a college or university. Less than 30% of those individuals show up for the first day, and of those 30%, only 6% stay for a full semester. So we're trying to identify those individuals. Instead of being in a remediation mode, that we be in a proactive mode relative to our life learning skills, this project, and some other initiatives that we have.
Hey, I have a
Jackie?
question. How far away on average is the average targeted attendee for your project from another project or program of similar scope and audience in both mileage and driving time?
The closest one, of course, our partner Gateway offers this certification. We will be the only program that we know in the area that will offer the training for free. Gateway's, of course, which is our partner, they're actually getting into Gateways, so I don't really consider that a location. Cincinnati State, which is about 35 minutes away, will offer also the program. Their location is 35, their training program is still up the road, another about 20 miles from there as well. The other ones that are in the immediate area, the Easter Seals is 11 miles away, where they're doing some warehouse and inventory training. None of these programs, other than, of course, Cincinnati State and Gateway, are getting certifications at any other level. They're just basic.
And one follow-up to that as well is our curriculum is copyrighted. There's no one else in the nation that's allowed to use the Life Learning Center curriculum, and it's been tested across the nation relative to individuals that are at risk.
How are the operational costs for your project being funded?
Belflex Staffing Network and the McCall Family Charitable Fund and the Farmer Foundation have pledged $1,025,000 over 3 years. This will cover all our operating needs as well as the percentage of capital match as well. So, and we've also got some applications out to Fidelity Foundation for our racking needs and $150,000. We think receiving all of these would allow the program to expand earlier than originally projected. If we get additional funding for capital through this process, we have all operating needs covered. We're looking into the other revenue streams for the future in order to keep.
I know Amazon's coming in up there. That's what, 7,000 new jobs?
Right.
Have you all touched base with them?
We've had preliminary conversations with Amazon, DHL, eBay, Verse Group, Kroger Company, TQL, as far as trying to figure out, first of all, how the curriculum should be established. What are they looking for as far as skill sets? What kind of equipment they want to have these students working on? But then also where the potential is for, jobs. I mean, Casey can probably speak to this a little bit more than I can, but, when you think about the number of jobs that are open and available, I think forklift operators, they were ready to place 500, tomorrow, so.
Yeah, we see hundreds of openings every day, especially with companies like the Amazons, the eBays, the DHLs investing in Northern Kentucky. It's going to continue to grow. It's a great opportunity for those with barriers that typically couldn't get into those workforces because employer needs are high right now, and they're willing to accept somebody that another field typically wouldn't. But however, we still want to prepare them to make sure that they have all the things needed to enter the workforce.
And that's what we've seen in our Cooks program, which we're using this as a model for that. As I said, we've been doing that for 16 years. We graduate about 130 students every year from that program, and they're getting jobs with a lot of the restaurants and culinary areas, but also some of the university hospitals that are established as well in food service and distribution. So we think that this is a way for us to get a diverse workforce out there and really have them get a leg up on the competition.
Our partnership with Belflex really makes it unique for the employee opportunities. They're right there and waiting.
So if you look at companies like Amazon that are incredibly high-tech in nature, and you look 3 to 5 years into the future, is there any fear of these forklift operation jobs being replaced with automation and robotics?
Well, I think what you're looking at is that there's been some analysis that's been done, and there is a risk of having automation remove some jobs, but we feel that by working with the outside employers, we're going to be able to stay on the cutting edge of what they're doing. So that the idea is to be able to go in, replace equipment that we need to, so that the students will be able to work with those types of equipment that they'll be operating, so they'll get a jump start, but also hit the ground running when they get into the workforce.
Do you have any technology component in your training? Because today it might be forklifts, but tomorrow you have to sort of man the machine that runs the robot.
When you think about it, at the Life Learning Center, we're going to have the computer room that'll be established, and the students will have access to the computers, so they'll be able to work with Gateway and do that technology interface right there.
Does the certificate require any of that? Logistics?
No, it does not. The CLA, the entry level, does not. But just to add to that, Dr. Figueroa has convened a lot of our community partners around preparing for Amazon and the expansion of all the logistics things that are going on in Northern Kentucky, and certainly looking at the automation part. And that really kind of dovetails into some of our manufacturing, like mechatronics.
Mm-hmm.
So, we are prepared to transition to that when we're ready for it.
How many unique adults each year would receive a certification in logistics each year? What are you projecting?
Right now, we're
when this is
starting
up
off
and
fairly small with that, Secretary Heiner. We're looking at probably 45 to 60 or so that will be coming through the program. Ideally, we'd like to, what we've done with our Cooks program is overlap those courses every 5 weeks. So we think that once we get this up and running and work out all the logistics, no pun intended, details, we'll be able to see probably where we can go to 100 to 125 fairly easily and ramp that up really quickly.
per year?
Per year.
And of those individuals, that 100 to 125, how many of those individuals would you expect, just based on your past experience, would be what might be in what you call the long-term unemployed, not in a full-time job?
Sure.
Basically in the last 6 months.
Yeah. I would say that you're probably going to be looking around 60% of those individuals will be the ones that we're going to be touching. Right now in our Cooks program, about 65% of our students that go through that program have past criminal records as well. So that's a definite barrier to entry. We have worked with a lot of pro bono attorneys that have allowed us to get expungements done, and that's really been helpful as well.
And one thing I just wanted to follow up relative to your technology question. We are putting together a performance measurement system on our candidates that are going to be going through this program. So we're building this right now relative to the demographics to identify and reverse engineer, if you will, for the individuals that are successful in these other projects, that if in the event that they show the probability to be able to go on to some of these advanced manufacturing opportunities, that we could be able to select those candidates and move them to the next level.
Okay. Any last burning, got 30 seconds, anybody?
What are your 5 pillars?
Emotional, relationships, financial, physical, and spiritual. And we're non-denominational, so it's spiritual and at 50,000 people.
Well, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very
here.
much for your time. We
Great,
appreciate you all.
Nicely done.
Appreciate your mission.
Thank you.
Yes, especially that.
Our format here, but and I apologize that time is unfortunately short. Really, the programs we've heard, we wish we'd had about 2 hours. There's been, I'm sure yours is the same. But we'll start off with just a minute of introductions for you, and then a 4-minute video will play. You're welcome to narrate it if you'd like, and then just just kind of a 6-minute, just overview, maybe at an 8th grade level for us, but just kind of the project and why it's important to you, why you're here, really. And then after that, we'll have some questions for a 25-minute period. And with that, the floor is yours.
I'm Myra Elliott. I'm the CAO and Dean of Academics at Big Sandy.
And I'm Alan Scheidmeyer. I'm the president at Big Sandy Community and Technical College.
And I'm Kelly Cheney, the Dean of Career Education and Workforce Development.
Welcome.
I'm the Director of Grant Development.
Great, welcome. That, if we can get our video rolling here, or if we can get it moving.
You're fine.
You're fine.
Big Sandy Community and Technical College's Work Ready Skills application requests funding to equip an advanced technology center on its Pikeville campus in Pike County, Kentucky. Construction on the facility is slated to begin later this summer. The Advanced Technology Center will expand capacity for the college to grow its programs and pathways in broadband and information technology, advanced manufacturing, and allied health sciences, while also expanding the possibilities for secondary students, adults, displaced workers, traditional students, and others in the region to gain valuable industry-specific skills. The Advanced Technology Center will serve as a catalyst to the economic transformation taking place in Eastern Kentucky. Working from the concept that technology touches every industry sector, the project addresses 3 of Kentucky's top growth sectors: advanced manufacturing, healthcare and health sciences, and information technology. Big Sandy Community and Technical College offers 60 career pathways within the 3 targeted sectors. It is essential that the center have the capability and flexibility to move at the speed of business and industry forming in Eastern Kentucky. Big Sandy's proposal includes a request of approximately $1.3 million to support training in the college's 19 career pathways in advanced manufacturing through the creation and equipping of a high-bay, multi-purpose laboratory designed to be used by a variety of career programs and pathways, including electrical technology, fiber optics, broadband, and other advanced manufacturing and technology programs. In allied health, a funding request of nearly $1.9 million is included to create a state-of-the-art allied health and health sciences laboratory, which will contain highly specialized simulation equipment. The health simulation laboratory will be the only one of its kind in the region and will enable integrated collaborative training to support 9 high-demand career pathways offered at Big Sandy, such as nursing, both an LPN and an RN program, nurses aid, respiratory therapy, and the launch of a new physical therapy assistant program. In information technology, the proposal requests a little more than $500,000 to support Big Sandy's 32 career pathways in information technology, specifically to equip 4 high-end information technology classrooms. In summary, Big Sandy's Work Ready East Kentucky project, as proposed, will increase the college capacity to serve secondary students, adults, and traditional college students. It will provide the equipment and technology-rich environment for those students to gain the high-level skill sets required to both acquire and retain jobs in careers that are in high demand, careers and jobs that provide sustainable incomes for Kentucky's residents. Eastern Kentucky is in the midst of an economic transformation, and Big Sandy's Advanced Technology Center will be a premier training facility, a catalyst to support that transformation now and for years to come. Big Sandy Community and Technical College, our motto is, higher education begins here.
Good morning. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be here. We're very honored to have advanced this far, and we look forward to sharing this part. Even before we share that, we thank you for your service. We appreciate very much what you're trying to do for the state of Kentucky, for the Commonwealth. We know that it's not an easy job, and we'll just do our best to share with you our story and understand that you're going to do your very best to do what's best for the state of Kentucky. Having said that, we live in the eastern part of the state, In the 5 counties we serve, in 2008, there were over 15,000 coal miners. And then there were all the ancillary other jobs that occur because of the coal miners. All the truck drivers, all the mechanics, all of the other things that went with the extraction industry. If you fast forward to 2015, less than 5,000 and going down. And if you then think about that's just the coal miners, that doesn't count all of the other positions that were related. No trucks needed, no mechanics needed, none of the other things that are needed. As Kevin could attest, when you look at the communities now, you see the evidence of all of that. You see the closed Kmart, you see the decimated downtowns. The most tragic evidence of all of that is the 11.5% average unemployment across our region and the highest unemployment rate in Magoffin County of over 13% unemployment. That isn't even the worst part. That doesn't count the people that are no longer counted in unemployment. And even worse than that, it doesn't count the 30% average poverty rate in our area and the highest poverty rate in Martin County of over 40%. So we don't have a short-term vision for this. Our focus is on transforming the area that was dominated by coal for the last 150 years to what can be responsive to 21st century jobs. And so we don't have a short-term fix. Our fix is a longer term. We have the facility ready to be built this summer, but we need your help in putting the technology into the facility that will allow it to be what this humanity needs to become the workers that we need for the 21st century. Largest demands in healthcare, we're doing some of what we can, but we need more capacity. We need your help to do that. The same thing occurs in technology, the broadband area. We're doing some. We need your help to continue and to do it better. Also, our area is earmarked as an area for aerospace, and so we need to be ready to the extent that aerospace comes to our area. We need to have the capacity to have that workforce they need when they are ready to come. The final thing that I'd share, it's kind of, I don't know that it's an elephant in the room, but we have a unique individual in our community in Paintsville. Mrs. Kathy Walker. She's an amazing entrepreneur, and she has established the East Kentucky Manufacturing Institute to train machinists. We could not be more supportive of what she is doing there, and we've pledged our support to help her in every way we can, and she knows that, and she's very open to us helping her in a collaborative way, but don't want to anyone misunderstand. This is her thing, and we are there to help her, and she knows it. But there's a lot to manufacturing besides training machinists, and that's where we come in with all the other things, the AutoCAD and the industrial maintenance and the welders and all of the other training besides that. So that's kind of the big picture. My colleague Kelly will share with you, fill in some of those blanks.
Just to bring you up to speed on the Advanced Technology Center at our Pikeville campus, it came to us as a project by way of the University of Pikeville. It was intended for a broadband technology center. We have since launched that program last July actually, to train. We've trained about 148 people in broadband and fiber optics technology using stackable credentials that are recognized by the Fiber Optics Association. So even without the building, we have launched the program and got the ball rolling on that. We have about 75% placement rate in the job market for broadband technology and for those cablers, splicers, and maintenance people. What we need in this advanced technology center and how we can do that is we need to make certain that we're ready to go with other multi-use of that facility. For example, in healthcare technology, we need the simulation lab. Pikeville Medical is right across the street from our campus. We cannot even keep up with the demand for nursing. This would give us a quick entry into the job market and have students trained on high-tech equipment that they deserve in Eastern Kentucky. We want to do that. We want to be that provider. The other thing, we've mentioned advanced manufacturing and aerospace. We're barely scratching the surface on that. We're brand new at it. But to be competitive and make sure our workers get trained and land the jobs that are really good, we need help with those sorts of things. So that would give you an idea of the three sectors that we're targeting. Healthcare is a priority for us. Broadband technology is what our building is all about, and it's really important to what we're doing in the long run.
Thank you. I just so we can understand the picture that is on the easel over here, is this the 15,000 square foot technology center?
It is rendering. It's a rendering of it.
Rendering, and it is due to, has it broken ground yet, or it's close to breaking ground, or?
It is.
This summer, sometime. Okay, so, and the funding is there for the building,
Correct.
but nothing on the interior?
Correct.
Okay, so it'll just have rooms and,
We have room, we have a shell of a building, a really high-tech building, but nothing or resources to put in it yet. We've gone ahead and launched some of the programming that is suited for that building, like in broadband technology, as best we can. I mean, we've trained 148 people already, like I mentioned, but we need the extra help in not only making our campus a multi-use campus, but being able to have those classes in the evenings that is suitable for parents to come. And it's really a dream of the Pikeville campus to be a weekend college as well, because Pike County is so huge, it's the largest county. So people travel sometimes 50 minutes just to get to our campus from the outlying borders of Pike County. But with this facility, we can not only train high school students and have them come into our programs in electricity and welding and healthcare. Their parents need jobs too. With the coal industry, the layoffs are massive, and to be honest, most of them are men who are laid off. But we are seeing a huge influx of females and young adults that need to go to work quickly, particularly females that may not have had a career before now or had to think about it, but they are really engaged in healthcare careers.
so if I could interrupt you just for a second, if you don't mind, just our time's short, I apologize for that. But, so in this building would be IT, you want to put advanced manufacturing and healthcare, is that right? Anything else in the building, or is it?
The broadband, the fiber optics training is kind of embedded in the.
Yeah, IT, I'd put that in the IT category, okay. So you're looking for equipment for all three of those programs, so if this grant is funded, that'll fund equipment throughout the entire building, is that? And right now, there's no plans for how that equipment will be funded?
We're working diligently on plans, but we don't have anything solid. That's why this project is so important to us.
And just, before we get into some other questions, familiar some with your, Mayo campus, for instance, that has vacant space there, I guess. I guess this building's already paid for also, right? But
It is.
interested in your decisions, why these programs haven't moved ahead in other space, or could just talk about that. Are you doing nursing now, for instance, or?
We do nursing at the Prestonsburg campus primarily, but we do nurse aid at the Mayo campus. We need to be able to move nurse aid training and some registered nursing training to the Pikeville campus.
Okay.
The largest need is in Pike County for nursing right now. And there's over 300 projected jobs available, and we have not been able to keep up, so.
And there's not a program?
There's not a program for us there.
And in Eastern Kentucky, you know, as the crow flies, is the mileage between campuses is significant. And for some of our parents and students, it's a challenge.
Shad?
Yeah,
Thank you. Do you have please discuss your bonding capacity relative to your project? Just talk about how much is available and being utilized for the project now, and if you have available capacity and it's not utilized, just explain to us why.
We don't have any bonding capacity. We're a member of the Kentucky Community Technical College system. The only bonding capacity we have is the state of Kentucky's bonding capacity, because that's where we would get it, to the extent that we would need bonds as operators.
So have you talked to Pike County or Pikeville Independent Schools about bonding capacity?
Another direction, I'd like to know if your project would proceed or be completed if you received a partial award.
Absolutely. We are positioned to deliver on the fiber optics and broadband programs that would be part of this project. It would slow us down some without having this award, but we're looking long range. So certainly with the award, we would be able to finish out the health simulation lab, the high technique that we have for the employer right across the street. We would need this to do that.
Just one add-on, Secretary Heiner asked, on the in the Paintsville and Mayo campus, we do welding, we do some of the other things that are related to manufacturing. And so when it comes to priority, our highest priority would be the health-related. It's the demand right now. And for us to just stay up, the half-life in the health professions is like less than 4 years. We really need the technology there to stay up, as well as the broadband. The other part, you know, we already have things in place, and so while we could do better, we could really do some nice transitioning with some of that lower-end Haas equipment that would let us actually prepare people for Mrs. Walker's program. We can do some things there, but if it comes down to prioritizing, it'd be health, it would be technology, and then it'd be manufacturing, because we already have a lot going on where we can contribute to manufacturing, but we could do more if we could get this as well.
We can make a quicker impact to the local economy with healthcare careers and getting people employed quicker.
And when you said positioned on IT, does that mean once this building is built, part of the IT program is funded already or not funded, or?
We do have some information technology in place. We've been fortunate in that, and we're hoping to transition that over. And
Okay, you're at a different
in
location.
broader capacity. We would focus on cybersecurity and some other things that we aren't currently doing.
Do you have a question?
Yes. So when you talk about broadband and fiber, and you're talking about, you know, teaching people how to lay the cable and splice the fiber and things like that, I want to understand in your curriculum, especially the manufacturing and healthcare curriculums, if you are able to leverage this fiber coming to the building beyond just looking at YouTube videos. Do you have anything beyond that that makes this pretty unique and special?
We feel like this building gives us a greater opportunity. Just the fact that the building would be very high-tech and equipped with fiber to the desk and other things. We have an opportunity to put East Kentucky forward in a way that we've never had before.
Right. So do you have any specific training that leverages this super high-speed capability?
We are looking into cybersecurity. We are looking into, we've already delivered the fiber optics training, of course, like I said, but we want to look down the road and be futuristic.
Right.
Yes, of course, the medical coding and information technology.
You don't need broadband for that. So I'm trying to figure out what you can do with broadband that will truly set you apart, as opposed to just being connected to the internet, which any other ATC may have. Have you thought about that?
We're mostly known for our broadband technology training, to be honest with you. We've trained people from 13 states that have come to Pikeville, Kentucky in the last year for our broadband training, and we're very proud of that. We've worked really hard to develop a reputation of being the preferred broadband trainer.
That's to lay the infrastructure.
Infrastructure, and have companies come to us to train their employees, and that's really what we are known for, is the training piece.
Just to react, though, in my mind, we haven't thought of it, but that doesn't mean we can't.
Sure.
You know, and so, and it, I mean, it's just like the opportunities start to unfold when you get it, it's like it shows up. So be assured that we will be responsive to anything that reveals itself if we get the opportunity.
Okay, I have a question. How far away on average is the average targeted attendee for your project from another project or program of similar scope and audience in both mileage and driving time?
Driving time to Pikeville for healthcare training, like from the border area of Pike County, is about 40 to 45 minutes. If they come from the Floyd County area and it's on the northern end, it could be as much as 50 to 55 minutes, depending on the direction. Traveling in rural areas is a little slower than most. It doesn't seem like it's that far away, but it really is in travel time. So we're looking, and then Hazard has the other nursing program that is associate's degree nursing. That's almost an hour away for some, an hour and 20 minutes for others in other parts of our service area.
So there's no associate's RN program in Pikeville?
There is not right now. Well, University of Pikeville, I'm sorry, they do have the nursing program, and they have the Bachelor of Nursing program. Primarily, we get many of the associate degree nursing students, but we don't have that program at our Pikeville campus.
So you would, today you would send them where?
We send them to our Prestonsburg campus.
Prestonsburg, okay.
We actually have a partnership with the University of Pikeville for our students to, a 2+2 program.
For the pathway.
You have a waiting list at Prestonsburg?
Oh, yes.
Yes. We have anywhere from 500 to 700 students in pre-allied health, and 3/4 of those will be for the nursing program.
Those students that can't get in today because you don't have room?
Oh, yes.
And between UPike and what Big Sandy is currently generating in that field, we're not nearly meeting demand. We see that because of within our healthcare system, especially in the hospital.
They just beg us for more help.
Christelle?
They sort of answered the question.
Okay.
About where the placement is.
Jeanette?
What are the operational costs for your project being funded? Or, I'm sorry, how are the operational costs for your project being funded?
We perceive the operational costs being funded through tuition dollars that we would generate as part of the programming and things that we will be doing inside that building. As far as salaries and things like that, with staffing, we think we can do that with existing staff. We have the capacity to do that, but as far as revenue to sustain all the programs, it would be tuition based.
Mike?
Okay. Where did you get the money to build the building?
Good question.
The grant project came to us, like I said, by way of University of Pikeville. They actually had the grant to begin with and discovered that it was truly a workforce grant, so they passed it along to us. So some of the funding comes from EDA, some of it comes from ARC, and some of it is ours. And some of it's ours. And of course, we committed, what, 1.2 million? Yes, 1.2 million of our own money.
Okay.
To the medical project. The block grant, the EDA, and Appalachian Regional Commission. Yeah, ARC.
What did you use the money from the tuition from the students that was passed out to the various community colleges? What did you use that money for? For instance, we got a $10 million nursing building going into the Middlesboro campus, but we had to raise $2.5 million. The state was supplying 7.5. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
A little bit.
Okay. Where, I mean, did y'all get a grant from the state?
For this building?
No, for just.
For tuition?
No, it wasn't tuition. It was every community college.
Yeah.
Build Smart project?
Yeah.
Yes. The Build Smart project we are in line with the Build Smart project.
Okay.
And that is suited for the Pikeville campus.
Okay. All right.
Final question. So since, commutes are long and people have to be in a car and things for, an hour plus, do you have any way of providing some of this instruction in, mobile devices and then at home? And have you thought about that?
We do. We do online programming already, and we also use the hybrid model where much of it is online, but if they need to come to campus for a short period for hands-on training, that is also built into the curriculum.
Okay. Good? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Question?
Guess you at least get a little break now, right?
and then we'll run video for 4 minutes, welcome to narrate, and then 6 minutes, just a broad overview for the committee, what it is you want to do, why you want to do it. And after that, we'll have a few questions. We have a total of 25 minutes. I wish it was 2.5 hours. It's not, but anyway,
All right.
so we're going to have to move. But anyway, the floor is yours.
Well, I appreciate you having us here. And from left to right, if we could introduce ourselves.
John Sanders, Associate Principal, Grant County High School.
Andy Ortman Tomlin, Director of Development, Gateway Community Technical College.
Sean Lehman, Guidance Counselor at Lloyd Memorial High School.
Trey Grayson with the Northern Kentucky Chamber of Commerce. Fernando Figueroa, President of Gateway Community and Technical College.
Carissa Schutzman, Vice President, Gateway.
Tom Arnzen, Kenton County School District Director of Student Engagement.
Angie Praisewater, the Manufacturing Engineering Technology Program Coordinator at Gateway.
And so we'd like to start with our video.
All right. The Enhanced Operator Mobile Lab actually stems from the Enhanced Operator Program. It's a 14 credit hour program. It also includes the Yellow Belt Six Sigma preparation. We've had 90 students go through the program so far. 50 have received a certificate. Over 500 badges have been awarded. Currently, we have several constraints, though. For example, all of our students have to come to us. All of our dual credit students are bused to us. This is at $2,400 per class. It's pretty expensive for those high schools. We also have constraints as far as our capacity. We share all of our equipment and our labs with other programs that are at the school. We also have our hours of operations, and we're limited with flexibility. Several of our industry partners have rotating shifts as well as rolling shifts. They're not off on the same days every week, and they're on separate shifts every week as well. So we would like to meet those needs by going out to them and meeting their flexibility, meeting their schedule, and increasing our capacity in target audiences. This is actually our hand and power tool, or hand tool lab. They build those robotic arms. They have pretty intensive schematics, and they get to take those home using those hand tools. They also will look at gearboxes, and they also see the electrical side of the robotics and how they work. The great thing about this program is it can be modularized out, where this could even be a career exploration event. This is the Power Tool Lab. They reverse engineer the actual toolbox. They figure out their own dimensions, and they write their own processes for the power tools. They then can take these power tools and they create their products. What the beauty of this lab is we've actually been able to make it portable. Because of our capacity, we can do this program anywhere. We can do it in a parking lot. Everything's battery operated. We can do it at a park. We can go to other campuses as well. Coming up here shortly is our lean simulation. So the lean simulation lab actually takes the quality management concepts, the lean manufacturing concepts, and all of those Six Sigma Yellow Belt concepts and brings them to life. They're able to see exactly what, and have that aha moment of, oh, I get Kaizen now. And that's right there. We have a lot of industry. That's actually a gentleman from Bosch. Our industry partners sometimes will come into the classroom and lead those lean simulations. We also have a lot of industries that would like training, again, with that modularized piece. We can take and modularize this out and go to industries and do that training, or go to school districts and do the training as well. Our final one is the metrology lab. There's 4 labs here, and the metrology is our biggest constraint as far as our equipment and the capacity. We've really met our max capacity. There's certain days we can't run it because there's other programs going at that time. And so everything's pretty bulky. Metrology is the science of precision measurement, so it's being able to make sure your part meets the customer specifications. Right now, everything's in a toolbox. Everything's in a big cabinet. We'd like to take and create our own little kits and create these kits that snap into each other. They create a tower. They now have wheels. We can roll them onto a van. When we get to a park, if that's where we're going to have it, we roll it off the van and we roll out with that lab. Okay? We're able to, with these kits and being mobile, we're able to work with the flexible schedules. We can go third shift. We can go to first period every day, which right now we struggle to do that. We can also meet our target audiences. Our van right here, it's going to be coming up here in a second, makes this all possible. What we'd like to do is actually take and make it a moving billboard and make our marketing of our program on it to where it's also a piece of advertising as well. These are all of our partners in the program. There's a lot of high schools. As I'm sure you guys are all aware, manufacturing is the #1 industry up there. We have to feed this talent pipeline, and we have to reach out to these high schools. We need to reach out to our companies and be able to meet their students' needs because of the flexibility that they need for their schedules. I'm going to, here in a second, hand it over to Trey, and he will take it from here.
So I'm really pleased to represent the industry and community partners in this initiative. This is truly a partnership that was exactly envisioned by this type of bill. In 2012, Northern Kentucky Industrial Park Foundation commissioned a study, and we discovered that we needed about 8,000 jobs in our region over the next 10 years, and we were nowhere close to filling that pipeline. The number one in-demand job was something called a manufacturing technician, which we now call an enhanced operator. And so in 2014, in the fall, when the industry, the chamber, Gateway, and some other educational and community partners came together to form a coalition to address this problem, we said we got to do something about our number one in-demand job. So there was an RFP that was commissioned, and Gateway responded and said, we want to do something creative. Let's build our certificate credential program from the ground up. Let's build it from exactly the way you want it. So we sat down with a group of 7 manufacturers who are already working with the coalition through a grant from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce to help build this enhanced operator class. And it's been a big success. But as Angie talked about, some of the challenges are, it's at Florence, and Northern Kentucky's a big region. So if we can take some of that, some of the lab components through this mobile lab into the urban core especially, we might be able to attract more participants into this program. We can also use it for marketing. You saw the van. I could see that at every high school football game in Northern Kentucky throughout Friday nights, attracting more attention to this. We've been working across the river with a group called the Partners for Competitive Workforce, which is a United Way run organization, very data driven, and that's how we so focused on this enhanced operator program, because it is the number one in-demand job. So we're really excited about this. Chamber's been really involved. I'm going to continue to be really involved in this. It's the number one thing that I hear from our members, workforce, and this is the top in-demand position in our biggest industry. So we really appreciate the help.
So Angie's told you about the what of the mobile lab. Trey's told you about the demand. I want to talk just for a couple minutes about the innovation around this program, which has been recognized by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for being a talent pipeline initiative that is demand-driven versus supply-driven, right? In education, we work about supply, like what do the students want when they come in? This is a different mindset. This is looking at companies, asking them to direct, what do you want when that person comes out of our training program? So in order to do that, we sat down with them and said, you know what, we can give you a traditional credit hour program. It's going to be about 25 credit hours and cost a little over $5,000. Or if you'll partner with us and stay engaged, we'll do a competency-based program, and you can pick right down to the very outcome that you want these people to master during the program. And it was half the cost and half the time. If you look on the sheet in front of you, these are the outcomes, the competencies that the companies verified that they wanted to see their employees or their potential employees have completed by the end of the program. The other sheet in front of you, the summary, there's some things there that again speak to the innovation. Not only is it employer-driven, employer-created, it is accelerated, it is a flipped classroom. So a lot of the content is delivered via online as far as the knowledge part of it. It's hybrid, so then the other part is delivered in these hands-on labs. And that's why it's so important that we're able to mobilize this curriculum, take it to all of the different folks. We have great demand. Certainly our high school partners can speak to how this can be used for dual credit during the daytime as well as career exploration. And in the evening time, we can take that to companies or any other campus that we have where we can provide that training. As Angie said, that this is really something that will market itself with the billboard on the side of the van, that people know this is what it is. And it's another example of this is high tech, this is manufacturing. These specific pieces of equipment really convey to the users that, oh, this isn't something that's in a dirty, dark space with lots of grease and oil. This is something I can do right off the street. So we are able to speak to both the high school population and the adult population. We feel that we can really accomplish that. So.
Yeah, and I think that what excites me about this project is that every educational strategy that I've come across in the past has been very location based. And online is about as mobile as we get. But the idea of adding that, I don't know if you remember the Reading is Fundamental movement in the 60s and the 70s with the bookmobiles. And the idea was, if they won't come to the library comes to them. And so, in Northern Kentucky, one of the challenges we always get is transportation. People won't go from one county to another, one city to another, and what this allows us to do is to add a cavalry to our infantry strategy where we're actually able to go to, wherever we're needed. I can imagine all kinds of things from the games to, going to the mall, working with some folks, and to expose more and more people to what advanced manufacturing is all about and the excitement of it. The other thing is it develops a competency in us and the ability to say, we have a prototype of a program with this mobility strategy. We could apply it then to logistics. We could apply it again to other things. And the last thing that really excites me, related to an earlier question, and maybe that's cheating, because that was an earlier session, the question about what happens with automation, right? And if you noticed, when I first saw the video, I was like, okay, we're going to tell them that you're going to build toolboxes. That's not what they're doing. And if you notice, they're playing with all kinds of little objects and toys, but what they're learning about is the mentality of how you put things together. And so if it's a tool that is something they work with their hands or it's a tool that they program, the principles remain the same. So the competencies, both within our students, with our potential students and training partners, as well as in ourselves, really gives us that flexibility that I think that Kentucky is looking for in its workforce development.
May I assume that's the finished?
That's it, yeah. I'm sorry. Boom, okay.
Just help me understand, if you would, this program. I understand the marketing benefits of a van with the name on the side and exposure, but you have high school partners here. Explain how it's going to connect with high school students. I mean, is it just for like career counseling day, or is it for a course? Or
actually, I'd like for the ones who are involved with us now to talk about that.
In Grant County, we currently have 14 juniors and seniors in the Enhanced Operator Program. We offer that for the full year, and they take it. It's 1 hour every day for the full year. It's a hybrid course, so most of what they're doing in the classroom is online. Occasionally, Gateway will bring an instructor over just to make sure we're on task and everything's going as
so
according to plan.
it's a dual credit course.
Correct,
Yeah,
14
okay.
credit hours actually. And then once a month, we get a bus and we take our students to Gateway to do the lab, which costs us about $300 each trip for the bus, and then obviously a day sub for a teacher to take them. So it gets costly. But the program in general, I mean, manufacturers are calling and wanting to hire our kids right out of high school, put them through apprenticeships. So it's been really powerful already. I just feel like this would, sure help high schools with logistics.
So how would this help? So this mobile van would come to the high school?
Correct. So instead of
Set
us
up?
getting the bus, going up there once a month, spending that out-of-pocket expense, the van would come to us. We could do the labs right there at school or any school that was partnering, and when we initially started talking, even exploration and having middle school kids do some projects here and there.
So who would drive the bus and who would be the instructor? How does this sustain itself in that way?
Well, Angie is our instructor, and she is the content expert who sat down with the companies and walked them through, this is how you build a curriculum. So she is the instructor. She has a couple other folks that we've built capacity around who can also teach it. And so she or another Gateway person would drive that van to the location.
And then you would run the course at that location, whether it's in building or outside.
And I think just to clarify any confusion about the exploration versus the content of the course, the exploration part can just be pulled out. So for example, building the toolbox. With a high school group, that might not be reverse engineering. You know what I mean? That might be a hand and power tool day where they learn about using hand and power tools, safety, and they may, have groups of 3 or 4 who build the box. So that's what we mean when we're saying it can serve both purposes. Kind of like precision measurement with micrometers and dial calipers. Students can have little mini activities around some of these concepts that get them interested in the career area.
Right, the other issue is really capacity. So right now, there's one set of lab tools that this course uses plus other courses.
At,
So
at Gateway.
at Gateway.
Yeah.
And so we would be able to then have 4 sets of labs in the van. So it would increase our capacity at Gateway. At the Boone campus, we could possibly offer more than 1 course at a time. And we could also then offer that at our other campuses, plus then we could go to the high schools. Or I think the other real benefit is being able to offer to the other shift work, because our campuses aren't open at 11 o'clock at night. But we could then, again, if they're doing their coursework online, but they have to have the hands-on component, we can drive the van there 11 o'clock at night and offer the hands-on component for the course.
Question, Mr. Cook. I see that it looks like about a third of the project cost is related to marketing costs. Tell us about, I mean, it's about $35,000. You've got $33,000 for the van and $36,000 for the metrology lab and a couple other things. Tell us about how essential that marketing budget is to the outreach and to, because I think you're projecting an additional 52 students per year. And then what do you do to sustain that marketing outreach after the first year?
I can speak to that, and Trey can, as well as all the partners at the table. In Northern Kentucky, the coalition has put a tremendous amount of resources trying to market advanced manufacturing to adults and to the high school population. We are getting some traction with that, but it needs to continue. In one area, ironically, that we've discovered in this last year, the coalition, is we need to market to other manufacturers. So we have about 30 companies that are very engaged with the coalition. And, you know, Trey and I've talked about, if you think about a normal curve, you've got those 30 companies that are engaged at one end. You might have 30 companies at the other end that are never going to engage, but that critical mass in the middle, you know, 100 companies, they're not aware of some of these things that are out there to help them mitigate the skills gap and to recruit folks into it. So we felt like that this is an important piece of it, that, and some of that will be, hey, we want to come to your company during your lunch break this evening and do some activities with your employees. We'd like for you to look at our curriculum and see if this is something that would help you. So we're talking about very boots on the ground marketing, not billboards or anything like that, but really face-to-face type marketing.
Yeah, I would say, you know, one of the issues that we have with this industry is perception. And so the positive and direct marketing, particularly that first year, is what our focus is going to be. And so the van wrap is expensive, but as we said, that we were going to have information on there that will push people to our program. We want to target both parents and high school students, and we think that's really important. So some of the social marketing and the digital marketing and that sort of thing to really push that out there. But to build upon what's already started, the Made in Northern Kentucky component that started with the coalition and is built on there, and then also working with the Kentucky Career Center. So some of that will help sustain it, but that big push will be in that first year. The van, the wrap, some larger components, some radio advertisement actually, to really get this out there. So there will be some larger components to the marketing, but we did want to have a big infusion into the market to really help boost what is already, the groundwork that's already been laid.
And one of the things we've learned from our manufacturing partners in particular is, you know, they've been, for so many years, they've struggled with this perception and promises and things like that. And so they've been a little reluctant. And one of the things, when we formed the coalition, we started with the education providers and the chamber and some of the groups, but not necessarily literally the manufacturers. We said, we're going to be focused on you. We're going to be manufacturer or industry focused. And we proved ourselves to them. We pulled in some money. Gateway had some grant money. The chamber put some money in. The Tri-County Economic Development Initiative put some money in. And we showed them that we were going to pony up. We were going to pony up our time. And they started getting more involved with their time and their money. So our expectation is if we're able to get this grant from this pool, that, going to your question about sustainability, that they'll see the success of this just like they've seen the success of some of the other initiatives and say, all right, we know we need to continue this. We're going to put some more money in. There's a broader community effort to raise more money for workforce that this will dovetail right nicely into from a time standpoint. But that's our expectation, is that it's not just a big flash in the pan. We know we need to continue this, and I think it's a great question.
Question for you on the project costs. You've outlined $113,000 in costs, but then in the cash match column, should that actually be subtracted from the 113, or is there another 13,000? You know, is there another 13,000 in costs beyond the 113 that the cash match is going to cover? I guess normally we'd see, these are the things we want to do, and subtract the cash, that plus the cash match equals the total. But, which you have done that, but it doesn't show where the cash match applies to the projects for the cost. Anybody familiar with that cash match page?
Right.
So should that 13,000 be subtracted from the 113?
It looks like on here, it's, I mean, they're asking for 113,000.
Correct.
They're putting up 13,000.
Correct. Yes.
So the total cost is 126.
Correct.
Okay, so what's the other third, so of the 126,
That's the match.
you've outlined 113.
I see.
What is the other
13 go?
What's the other
13
13?
going?
I see.
What's it for?
Okay.
Yeah.
It will be, so we don't have additional, I see what you're saying, yes. And that could just be me not understanding. I think we don't have an additional cost, so it is coming off the total.
Okay, so it really should be more like 100 is sort of
Yes,
request into
yes,
this program.
yes.
100 and change.
Yeah, and I
Okay.
think there was confusion because that was a part we were asked to do. So so
Okay.
that might be confusion on my part.
Okay. All right, got it, okay. All right. Anyway, Danette, anyone have any questions?
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know that it fits on this
I
one, but
don't
yeah.
think so.
Yeah,
Let's
if it
skip
doesn't fit, we'll skip
In the
it.
interest of time.
yeah,
Mhm.
how are the operational costs for your project being funded?
Right now, Gateway funds that through tuition that the companies pay or the students pay, or through the dual credit piece. So, and I would also say, just as a small aside, we funded internally this entire program's creation. We did that internally with all of our expertise that we had in-house through covering overloads. Angie spent hours upon hours working with companies, but Gateway funded the entire development of the program.
Also, that Duke Energy has created a fund for some scholarship money. It's kind of a matching fund for people that want to go into this as well. So that partially how some of the tuition dollars get paid.
I think somebody mentioned middle school also. I mean, just, is this kind of an exposure thing for 8th graders or something, saying here's something to think about? I mean, did somebody mention that or?
Yes.
Actually,
Yeah.
2 or 3 of us did.
Yeah.
Question.
All right, other questions?
So how many different locations, that includes schools and companies and things, are you planning to visit every month? And then how many days of the month are you planning to be on the road, just so I get a feel for?
I would say as far as the high schools, they usually stretch, it's typically a 16-week program, but the beauty of that is we can make it an 8-week, we can make it a 32-week. With the high schools, we make it their entire senior year so that they don't have too much on their plate. And of course, their degree is most important in high school, right? So I would say definitely once a month per high school would be for the high school side and the dual credit side. As far as the industry, it depends on if they want us to come at their lunch break. It could be everything, but it could also be a 12 to 4 in the morning type of situation.
Right,
as
so
well.
what are you planning? I mean, it's once a month per high school. How many high schools are part of this?
We were pretty conservative in our projections of numbers, just having experience on grants and wanting to be able to make goals that we've committed to. But certainly we have the capacity to serve 3 or 4 high schools at a time. And then I think the other part would be, I'm in the Workforce Solutions Division, and we work directly with companies around incumbent worker training. So that would be something that we would take out constantly as we go to visit companies. So I would anticipate that the van would be used, probably 75% of the days, Monday through Friday.
So you'll be kind of on the road 3/4 of your time?
I could see that because even with the high school, I think that if we had this opportunity, they would prefer us to come every day at first period. So it'll be a daily thing. Or, it might be Wednesday through Friday or something like that. So that spread across the board, I could easily see it being 75% of the time.
How many companies in total? did you say 30?
Well, we have 30.
There's 30 in the coalition. There's a couple hundred manufacturers in our region. Which
And
so
your
we're-
goal is all of them?
No, I think our goal is to really look at, what's that next tier. So we have companies that are engaged and come to everything.
Yeah.
We have companies that are hit or miss. We have companies that use Workforce Solutions but don't use the coalition. So we would certainly put it into priority tiers. This is a tier 1, tier 2. So we would want to have some type of measured out program to get to have access and exposure.
I think if we could double. I mean, I think that's a reasonable stretch
Got it.
goal.
That's all I
Yeah,
wanted.
I think that's a
some
reasonable
scale.
stretch goal.
Yeah.
And I think it doesn't just stop at the manufacturers either. We've had healthcare interest in this, and because we can modularize certain things out, we can take pieces of that to the healthcare industry, especially the quality of the lean and whatnot.
Questions? All right, thank you so much. Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
coming.
Appreciate it.
Been through a lot of interviews. I don't think we've
I
had
know.
one that has a mobile lab.
Yeah.
Still a first out
Well, there you go. I'll take it.
Yeah.
of ourselves. My name is Caleb Gresham. I'm principal of Garrett County High School.
I'm Tavis Tuggle, I'm Executive Director at Christian.
My name is Wesley Carter. I'm the Regional Director of Development at Campbellsville University.
Cindy Rogers, Instructional Support, Garrett County Schools.
Corey Keith, Superintendent of Garrett County Schools.
Troy Watts, Principal at the Garrett County Area Technology Center.
I'm J.D. Now, I'm a homeschool senior.
My name is Shannon Gallagher, I'm a senior at Garrett County High School.
This is Karen Hoskins, and I'm employed at Christian My name is Paige Smith, and I'm a teacher at Garrett County Area Technology Center for Health Science Program.
I'm Jonathan Shell, State Representative, Garrett County Rock Castle.
Well, thank you. We're ready.
Ready? Start.
So the narration of our video begins at our current Garrett Area Technical Center. And it's a regional educational facility that serves students at Garrett County, Lincoln County, Boyle County, Danville, and KSD. So we're really excited to kind of have this opportunity to kind of show you the proximity of our current ATC to our Garrett Educational Center.
I teach the health science program at the Garrett Area Technology Center, and due to an increased number of, increased interest in our program and students that we were actually having to turn away, we were able to add a second program about 3 years ago. We were able to utilize two classrooms at the Garrett Educational Center that we, due to budget constraints, we were not able to equip them. So basically, we pieced together equipment from donated from other programs or from storage, and most of it's 18 plus years old, crank beds, if you can imagine. This is our classroom. My space is actually in a separate building, a little over 1,000 square feet, and I actually have a classroom lab combination. So it's, it's a very small space. As a registered nurse, I just know that the health field is very high-tech, innovative, exciting career. We'd just like for our environment to reflect that, and to be able to serve more students.
Actually, right now, we're down at the Education Center. This is one of the rooms that we would use as one of the new laboratories. We are wanting to put 4 classrooms and 4 labs in this facility. 3 classrooms would be for our health science careers, and then 1 classroom and lab would be for the Project Lead the Way biomedical program that we currently have at the Garrett County High School. As you can tell, there's already some of these rooms were old science rooms, so we already have the water facilities there for the hand washing skills technique that's really important in our program. Something that they would need was storage. We have a kind of a lack of storage in our other facilities, so as you kind of can see as we're walking through, a lot of storage, a lot of cabinets to put their supplies for their training. And our biggest issue with space, we have 15 students that when they're doing their skills check off in where HERS set up it's less than 1,000 square feet classroom and lab combination. That's a lot of students moving around, trying to do mobility skills check off with wheelchairs. You one like a bed onto a wheelchair. So space was something we really needed.
So guys, what you're looking at now is, again, this is an expansion of our current program. The program is being extremely successful, but based on the meetings that we've had, based on your oversight, we've been able to determine that we have an absolute urgent need. Not only the school system, not only from a regional educational facility, but our industry partners and our business sectors, they need CNAs, they need LPNs, they need RNs. So the whole purpose behind this is establishing that need, developing pipelines, developing accelerated opportunity for these students to go out and earn higher wage jobs. So what you're looking at in these classrooms is some distance learning labs that we want to put in place. And with our post-secondary partners, we're wanting to kind of increase our community education outreach. So this is something that's not just during the school day, but it's during at night, that we want to have the facility open for folks to come in on a regional basis, and our post-secondary partners are able to serve their educational needs. From an adult education perspective, we're partnering with our GED program. We're targeting these folks that need their GED. We're going to provide them with the skills to get their GED. Once they attain that GED, then we're going to work with our health service sector in this project to give them the skills to earn that higher wage job. So we feel like this is a very comprehensive approach to increasing the skill level in our health service sector.
First off, I want to say thank you to this committee and what you guys have been doing across the state. From the very first start of us working on this as a committee, and what it was able for us to do is to kind of get together as a community, whether it's business, whether it's the education system, or whether it's the government people that are involved in it, from our county judge executive to myself to other people that are in the area, just to really come together and figure out what the need is in our community. What are we doing well now, and what can we expand on to do better? And we didn't really want to reinvent the wheel on any one particular sector. We wanted to take what we were already doing extremely well and make it something that we were doing better than nobody else was in the region, so we can kind of fill in that gap. And so in the meetings that we had and started talking about this, they started talking about the health sciences program that we have at the school. And it became very apparent to me during this past session when we would have meetings on different bills that were coming in and out, and talking to the healthcare industry, the nursing homes, and different people that would come in, there is a huge demand for CNAs, RNs, and on up. And it's not necessarily that the wages aren't there. It's the hard work that's put involved in it and the skill set in which they need. And there's a lot of people out there that going through school, they're not necessarily going to be able to graduate and go to a 4-year college institution or something else. And so having this ability in order for them to be able to get a job locally as a CNA making $18,000 to $20,000 a year in one of these facilities is a game changer for a lot of people in our community. It's not a very wealthy community in Garrett County, but it's a community that $18,000 to $20,000 can make a huge impact to a student's life and to that family. And then beyond that, the partnerships that we've been able to put together with Campbellsville, EKU, Berea, and others that we're working with at the university level, what we want to do is not only put them on a path to get that CNA, but to put them on a path to get that RN. For us, as a committee, what we've been thinking about is how it's going to impact them for their lifetime. Not necessarily how we're going to interject them into something now, but how can we put them on a trajectory in order to really impact that for generations in their family to come. And for them to be able to graduate with the CNA license and then move on into an RN program, or us to be able to start that RN program here to maybe make them $50,000 to $60,000 a year as an RN, really puts them on a trajectory in order to make a huge difference for their family and for their position in the community. And what we have seen in our community is we have a great health services program to graduate these CNAs. And we have a demand of 70 students that haven't been able to get into the program this year and in subsequent years. And so when you're talking about a demand, a readily available workforce that's already there, that's just waiting to get into the program that have been denied, what this grant would allow for us to do in Garrett County for our school system is to open that up. And not only for those students in Garrett County, but for Lincoln, Boyle, and other counties that are in our area, so that we can try and impact their communities as well. And what we have in Kentucky, all over Kentucky, is a aging population. And the more that it gets, the older and older that the population gets, the more demand that there's going to be on the health sciences industry. And that's what we want to help make a difference in our local community and our region.
And we love the word pipeline, so the focus of this project is to establish a pipeline of highly skilled healthcare workers in high-paying jobs that will serve students and adults in Garrett County, Lincoln County, Boyle County, Danville, and KSD. This will lead to expedited M&A and LPN certifications through dual credit and scholarship offerings from Campbellsville University, BCTC, the EKU Now program, and the Nursing A to B program. We have over 25 community partners. We have letters to attach to our file today from 2 of those that are here. One of them is represented here, the Christian Care of Lancaster, and also from Ephraim McDowell Hospital, stating that they are willing to give priority to hiring these candidates when they exit the program. The Garrett County School System is dedicating $1 million to the renovation of the building. We're asking for $1.2 million for the renovation and $436,000 for state-of-the-art equipment for the 4 healthcare labs and 4 classrooms that would serve this overflow of students that we have not been able to serve prior to now.
As a community partner, we have been fortunate to have had the opportunity to serve as a clinical site for CNA students from Garrett County and surrounding counties. We are easily accessible to the students, being located approximately 50 yards from the current GEC building and Area Technology Center. Students participating in clinicals at our facility are able to experience hands-on care of residents in a real setting, as well as interacting with other disciplines working in healthcare, from housekeeping and dietary to social services and therapy services. This is also a benefit to us as an employer. Over the last 3 years, we have been able to hire at least 5 students after they completed the required training and received certification, but prior to them graduating high school. We currently have several CNAs who have completed their CNA training through the Area Technology Center. some full-time employees, while others are part-time pursuing higher education in nursing and other healthcare fields. We are committed to paying on applicant reviews of individuals completing training through the Garrett County School System and the Area Technology Center.
Hello, Wes Carter with Campbellsville University. It's a great honor to be here. Could not be more excited about this. We know that students have more opportunities early on and more opportunities to not accrue debt, then they can inject that same money that would normally be a loan, through a student loan, right into the economy, that they can be upwardly mobile, be able to obtain a job after high school, be certified as an SRNA, with the opportunity to go into an LPN and then subsequently an ADN program, that we can really truly create a stronger community and a stronger region surrounding Garrett County. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of questions just based on items that you mentioned. First, thanks for mentioning Project Lead the Way and moving biomedical closer to this. You all are one of the few way ahead on that. That's a great idea. And on the certifications that would be offered here, I think I understand this would be CNA, but with encouragement for those students to go on later at other locations for LPN and RN. I understand that right? This would be mainly the certification that a student would earn here would be the CNA. That's the one
When they
certification.
graduate, they're ready to go to employment with that license, and I think the goal future forward, maybe not even inside of this grant, but future forward, looking at it is partnering with programs like EKU, Campbellsville, and others in order to get maybe some starter programs into the RN and other programs subsequent to that.
Secretary Heinert, if I could add to that, with our partnership with Campbellsville and other post-secondary, initially, we would love to get a student a year down the road with the state registered nursing assistant plus at least a year toward that LPN, and at some point, we would love to see our kids lead with LPN down the road.
Just speaking from a Campbellsville University vantage point, we are highly interested in working to actually bring an LPN program on site. Now, that's still conceptual at this point, but we are highly interested and are moving in that direction in partnership.
There's also a mention of Lincoln and Boyle connecting, so those students would bus over here? Is that how that would?
Currently, right now, we have students that are bused over from Lincoln County, Danville, Independent, Boyle County, and KSD. So we're actually, that's where we're an area technology center. We're already working towards the regional approach to this, what we do. And I'm in contact daily with those counselors, and they're constantly do you have another opening? Do you have another slot for your state registered nursing aid program?
Just a point, just encouragement, you mentioned GED and then skills. If there's any way to do those at the same time, we're really trying to encourage that around the state because the GED alone really gets people nowhere. But if you can do the two at the same time, it's great. The square footage, the biggest part of the funding request is for renovation. About how many square feet are we talking about for that renovation area, the 1.2 million ballpark?
Well, I've actually got that for you, Mr. Secretary. 62,858 square feet is the square footage of the Garrett Education Center.
Okay. And roughly how much of that would be renovated under this program? Is that a fourth of it or something, or
I would say a third or more, roughly.
a third, so maybe 20,000? Okay. Okay, thanks. Other questions we have here? I think the bonding question has been answered with the million. Yeah,
Okay.
I think,
If you could discuss your bonding capacity relative to this project and how much is available and being utilized.
Absolutely. Relative to this project, with the total renovation being about $2.2 million, Garrett County Schools is offering to pledge $1 million in bonding potential. So that would be 1.2 in bonding that we're asking for relative to this project. Now, as far as the school system, if you consider the $1 million that we're offering, we're currently getting ready to go to bid on 2 roofing projects, which will probably cost at least $2.6 million. If you reduce that and you also assume 80% of our capital outlay funds going toward debt service, the remainder would be about $5.5 million. But if you look at our most recent district facilities plan, our unmet need is about $42.7 million. And so, in addition to that, we have good facilities, but our elementaries are all in that 20 to 25-year range, which we know HVAC renovation is probably not that far down the pike and so on. So we really feel like with our current state and the projects we have going, that we are showing a real commitment to this by offering $1 million of that potential toward this.
Okay.
So that segues into my question regarding how much of this project could you proceed with if you only receive partial funding?
The vision and the scope that we have currently, without full funding, the full scope of what we have, I think, would be difficult to pull off. And there are a variety of factors that contribute to that right now. We have the facility ready to go, and since July, I think Representative Shell referenced this, the dialogue that we've been able to have where we have a community that's willing to pitch in and be partners with us on this. We have post-secondary partners, whether it's Campbellsville or a host of others, they're at the door saying, we want to partner with you on this. We have Ephraim McDowell and the Christian Care Center. We have community partners. We really have seen this urgent regional need that we are poised to fill, and we really feel like the striking while the iron's hot. We're just at a very exciting and unique place right now.
So you touched on the flip side of that question would this award accelerate the timeline of your launch program? And if it did, when would you start and how would it accelerate?
Absolutely. Now, the timing of the award would have some bearing on when we would start. But if we could start immediately, potentially, we could be looking at that building renovated by January of 2018. Again, with the award, depending on when we get it, that timeline could be, pushed back a few months, but we're ready to go.
Okay, so I have a question. How far away on average is the average targeted attendee for your project from another project or program of similar scope and audience in both mileage and driving time?
Actually, right now, there's only two programs that we're aware of. It's actually this nursing A to B program that we're looking at doing. That would be the I-Lead Academy in Carroll County, and then kind of where we're going off the model of the Jefferson Community Technical College Systems program.
So can we put some numeric value on like travel time and?
Louisville's would be roughly an hour and a half from our site, and Carroll County's about 2.5.
Yeah, but other CNA programs available for high school students, you're just saying in that region, there's just really nothing like it.
One in Lincoln County, which is one of our feeder schools, but they're actually one of the schools that actually, with their course requests, were 70 students over that they could send to us because they do not have the capacity.
They don't have the capacity either.
One instructor
Yeah.
there in that school, in just one classroom and lab.
Mr. Watts, if I can add, in their room and lab that they do, I mean, it's a miracle of the services that they're able to provide. It's a very, very cramped space over in.
Danette?
I'm assuming that the operational cost for, your project is being, I guess, supported by tuition? If not, what other?
Actually not. The building that we would be locating this project in is property of the Gary County School System. You may have noticed in the video that there are already programs in that building right now. So the utilities, all of that would be assumed by the Gary County School System. And as far as the other operational costs, we thought long and hard about that and tried to nail down some of those. We know that just the renovation of the HVAC alone is going to provide us with the savings that we can apply towards some of the operational costs because the energy savings has already been determined by the contractor. And so the other things that we've thought about are teaching salaries, and in a year to come from now, Lincoln County has agreed to partner with us for one teaching salary to help with some of the overflow of students and to add to those a classroom. And then we have a plan to use the biomedical teacher at the high school as one of these teachers too. And so we have a plan to to think about staffing down the road. And so,
Campbellsville University, we're prepared to anchor a staff person there to help fundraise and help raise tuition dollars to help offset the costs. We have a very similar program in which we operate the SRNA through LaRue County High School at one of our regional education centers in Hodgenville. And we're able to subsidize about half of that $650 cost, to where it's roughly about $325 per student for the year to get that certification. We would all like to see that number even go down further, but it's just a matter of rolling up our sleeves and working and trying to find some money.
How many, just interested for the adults at night, how many weeks does it take to get a CNA certification through Campbellsville?
Depending upon the structure, if they meet 3 days a week, then you can get it in about 30 days. But that's 3 days, 8 hours a time, pretty aggressive. If you're structuring it to where it's 1 or 2 days a week, it ranges from 2 to 3 months. If it's in a high school curriculum, you're probably looking at 6 months by the time you build in the other factors that need to be approached from a high school.
So did I understand you're thinking Campbellsville will run the adult part at night? Is that
We're willing to participate and help
potential?
that. Well, we are, but we don't want to do away with the opportunity for BCTC or EKU to have a presence either.
Got it. Mike?
Oh, yeah, on the $1 million that you're putting in on bonding, is that going towards the building? Because I know here you got a request for $1.2 million for building renovation. What's that million going for? Is that going for?
That would be, the renovation of the building is $2.2 million. And so the $1 million that we're offering, coupled with the $1.2 that we're asking for, would satisfy what we need for that.
Okay.
You could just go just a step farther on that, your confidence level on the $2.2 million number.
Very good. And I say that because we actually nearly, well, I guess it's a little over, quite a bit ago, we've had the contractor come in and give us, it's a price contract, which sometimes with energy savings, confidence isn't so great, but with the energy savings and actual being able to see the bids and the numbers that folks have come through with, we're very confident in that $2.2 million.
This pre-prevailing wage, the numbers you got are post-prevailing wage? Pre. So you might be a little savings there. You never know. Hey, Shed.
Could you elaborate for me on the current dual credit programs you offer through the high schools, and then what would change, if anything, on how this program would expand?
So we currently partner with Campbellsville. We currently partner with EKU, BCTC, and Murray State. And what this project has allowed us to do, just to be quite honest with you, is it's allowed our post-secondary partners to come on board and to be even better partners. I really feel like it's going to just explode the dual credit opportunities. We've probably doubled in the last year going into this year, and we're looking at adding about 4 or 5 more. Again, the dual credit scholarship that the state provides is a great opportunity. The EKU offers free classes for qualifying students. BCTC does. My friends at Campbellsville is interested in coming on board, looking for opportunities like that as well.
Back to the match here for a second. There's also a line item here for $3 million in non-cash match. What is the source of that? I mean, it's on here for building renovation. I don't know if that's just, if there wasn't a better place to put it, because that would put the total up to $5.2 million. But where's that $3 million coming from, and where's it going?
That's the assessed value of the Garrett Education Center.
Okay.
You should.
With your programs, and especially in long-term care, there's a huge issue with turnover. So are your programs looking at that at all? I mean, it sounds like you have a pretty robust training program, but what do you see happening with the ability to keep, students vis-a-vis certificate owners in their jobs longer?
I would say our transition status, we brought one student here that is a former student in Lincoln County to graduate through the program, who is currently working there at Christian Care Center. Neek is actually a senior that's getting ready to graduate, is in the actual hiring process with Christian Care Center. And then J.D. Noe here, who is from a homeschool student that it's clinical hours. So this seamless, career pathway from high school, this seamless transition from high school to post-secondary and into the workforce, I feel will help with the turnover.
And look how strong our partnerships are.
Okay, so
You
this
know,
is
we're
something
all
that
here.
we're really
Yeah.
excited about, to be able to, they're able to come to us to do clinicals. We've been able to hire these as high school students, or even after they've gotten out, some are going on to school, and able to do this, through the summer or part-time. It's great for us I'm excited about the way this is gonna go. We're always needing CNAs, LPNs, RNs, and that's gonna be increasing over the years.
Okay, any other burning questions? We okay? All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate your, okay, good.
Getting there. Still got some real problems. No, it is warm.
Taylor County. Well, thank you so much for coming up here to visit with us. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
I think you may know the kind of the schedule here, but we'll just start off with just a minute of if you just introduce yourself, who's here, and And then we'll play a video on this wall, go, I guess, close to 4 minutes, that you're welcome to narrate if you'd like. And then you've got about 6 minutes, and I'd ask that you keep it simple, but kind of just an overview on the project, why you want to do it, why it's important, and how your partners are going to connect. And then after that, we'll just have some Q&A time. Our total time will only be about 25 minutes, unfortunately. But anyway, I appreciate you coming, and with that, the floor is yours.
I'm Ron McMahon. I'm the Executive Director of Team Taylor County, our Campbellsville-Taylor County Economic Development Authority. So I work with existing and trying to attract new businesses.
My name is Laura Benningfield. I am the principal at Taylor County High School.
I'm Richard Dooley. I'm the guidance counselor at Campbellsville High School.
Kirby Smith, principal at Campbellsville High School.
I'm Roger Cook, superintendent of Taylor County Schools.
Charles Higdon, I'm assistant superintendent at Taylor County Schools.
Okay, great.
And the narrator of the video.
Okay.
Good luck.
Selected.
All right, at this time, you are looking at the potential future site of the Central Kentucky Career Center. The presentation is a joint vision of Greene County ATC, Campbellsville Independent Schools, Greene County Schools, and the Taylor County School Systems. As you see here in the video, the Taylor County School District has an existing facility, which is the former Taylor County Elementary School. The initial building structure was built in the 1930s, and that part is to the left, and I'll get more detailed a little bit later on in the video. With additional wings being added later, and on this end that you're looking at now was actually built in 2004 addition. The building sits on approximately 14 acres with ample parking provided on both sides of the structure. The site is a highly visible area located in the community. The location is within the city limits of Campbellsville and within a couple of miles of both local high schools. The long section in the front that we looked at the beginning, and you'll see on the handout that I provided for each of you, is the main section that we propose renovating. As the drone footage continues, it will take you around to the side and back of the building where you're at and continue on to a partial glass front circle-shaped area which houses what you're looking at right there, the cafeteria. The cafeteria will be left intact and be reconnected to the main instructional classrooms and lab sections of the project. The connector hallway will be enclosed behind a new facade in front of the building. And as we move on, we move into the building, into the classroom areas. This career center will have sufficient enough space to allow for a pathway section to utilize connected double room lab work setting. And you're going to see that setting in a minute where it has a walkthrough and some storage areas. The classrooms are already set up perfectly for a career tech program with 2 large rooms that are connected. But the remaining space in the center would be utilized for adult education programs and office space, as well as provision for expansions of future pathways that we may add as well. We also have in here, I don't think we show the bathroom facilities, but we have proper bathroom facilities that are fully functioning with the plumbing. The lunchroom section of the building is still in great shape and will need only minor renovation. This facility in the lunchroom is really fully operational still, and could be necessary for possibility of an all-day vocational setting if we choose to add the contents area in as well. The 2-page overview, as you're looking through at the classrooms, it was hard to make the classrooms exciting for you all to watch on the video, but when you look at the 2-page printout that we gave to you, it provides still photos of the video that it showed at the beginning and the proposed site. The second photo, which is an overhead drone shot of the building, shows the roof of the existing structure. And the area shaded in black is the area that we proposed demoing. The section being removed is the oldest and largest section of the building. That is a proposed facade that would actually connect the buildings and provide a hallway that connects the cafeteria to the building. But again, on the photos that you have, on the handout that I gave you, we did receive a $250,000 SFCC grant that would be helped to utilize the demo part of that project. And we would be taking down the 1930 section and leaving the 2 newer sections. After demolition and removal, we'll be building a front facade needed to close up the existing structure of the building. The section of the facility left intact after demolition is in great structural shape, as is the rest of the building. We also have the 3-phase 480-volt options of electric pending if we need that for our industrial maintenance program. We also have, I think it mentioned geothermal heating and cooling in the building. And as we go on, we will answer more questions you have about the structure and the demolition process.
Geothermal as a,
Well, part of the building we're gonna keep as geothermal, yes. It was the renovated part of 2004. We put in geothermal.
meaning you're getting your heat from underground?
Heating and air, both.
Oh, cool. I mean, warm.
Both.
Or both, right?
You're on your,
All right, so I'm going to take the next section and describe to you a little bit about the project and about our partnerships and the sectors that we've chosen. Our vision is to create Central Kentucky Career Academy to be a regional training hub and a satellite campus that would be a satellite campus for the Greene County ATC, Somerset Community College, and Campbellsville University. Right now, we hope to bring more partners in, especially educational partners, as we move on. It would service the students of Taylor County High School, actually Taylor County School District, Campbellsville Independent School District, and Greene County students. We share an ATC at the point, but here in Taylor County, we don't have any type of vocational training. We don't have any workforce development training, and so it is a major need in our area. One of the things that I want to share first was that the type of training that we're looking at is critical to Taylor County, because when we lost Fruit of the Loom, when they closed their doors, we lost about 6,000 jobs, and that was right at the end of the 90s, early 2000s. And we did recover some. We've brought some companies in, but we're assembly, we are distribution, and we're call centers. We don't have those companies for that skilled labor that our workforce can make the money that really is going to grow our communities and grow our school districts as well. So the pathways that we are looking at really are looking at the demand of our region. So we are addressing 4 of those 5 sectors. Healthcare is one of the biggest employers in our region, with Taylor County Regional Hospital has been a major partner with us and are stepping in, and at the same time that we were coming up with this vision, they're coming up with the vision of we've got to keep our local talent. We got to grow them, we got to support them, and we want them to come back to Taylor County. And while we do have SRNA programs available right now, we don't have anything that really hits the demand for physical therapists, for occupational therapists, for nurse practitioners, for those who are going to go on to be doctors and others. And they're filling up their schedules right now with AP classes and all that. But we need to support them early on in their development, their career development. So that's going to be very important to us. The advanced manufacturing, if we're going to attract the type of companies that we want, we have got to have a skilled workforce first. And so we are proposing, we have electrical maintenance at this point. We want to go into the mechanical maintenance as well. I know that Somerset Community College is going to bring a traveling workforce, especially for our adult population. And so we are going to look even into the construction area of that as well. Informational technology is something that while we have a healthy program at Campbellsville High School, as far as our workforce, we don't have that. We don't have programmers in our community, and we have developed a partnership with Kelly Jensen. He's with Conduent, which is it used to be a subsidiary of Xerox. He's moved to our community, and he's approached us and has become a partner with us. And he said our company, we did not fill hundreds of programming jobs last year. And we're like, well, where are they coming from? He said, they're overseas. Well, we have them. He said, you all are ripe for this, to come in and develop programmers, and we will support you with the type of problem-solving training that you all need. And then we can do internships, and you can create a hub right here in Taylor County. And we're looking at jobs from $75,000 to $125,000 that's just not available in our community at this point. We also want to look at transportation. We have an aviation program right now at our high school that we would like to move to this site, open up to Campbellsville, and open up to Greene County. We have students who are already working in AP the AP Mechanics. We have been working with, we have several pilots. They go on to EKU. Our AP Mechanics go on to Somerset to finish their program there. Some of our drone footage, you can see, we've started a drone program as well, and that has a ton of commercial use and military use as well. So, I mean, that is a field that might not, why in Central Kentucky do you want that? Well, we're building, you know, we're trying to attract workforce with us. In addition to this, our adult training and education programs will be very important as well. We have, even though we haven't had many dropouts at all, we haven't had dropouts in our community in a long time, because that has been a focus of Taylor County and high school. We just refused for it to happen. But we've got an adult workforce that many of them don't have degrees, many of them don't have high school diplomas, so we've got to make sure that we have associate programs here at this site, as well as adult learning programs. I think my time is up, and if you all have any other questions, I have an hours of details to share with you all.
Just to maybe lead off here, well, let's, yeah, just a question on the costs maybe to begin with. The estimated renovation costs, which is a big part of this project, the 2.6 million. How confident are you in those costs? What's the basis for that number? And when was it put together?
All right, we worked with anyone wants to take this question, we actually worked with a local construction company to help us develop those costs. Of course, we've been ourselves through some major, with our we've just built a new high school and a primary school, and and Campbellsville has added on to their elementary school. So, you know, that's what, if we can do every bit of it and renovate it for the future plans as well. So, the company put together a plan for us. We talked with them, we met with them. They were able to, without any ties at all, develop this plan for us. So this was not a company that we had done any work with in our community as well. So the existing facility, the demolition part is going to have to come down, and we do have funds for that. There's probably going to have to be an elevator put in the back section, and because there's not an existing elevator in that section, just stairs. So we're estimating a brand new facility to be at about $150,000. The renovated, and depending on if we get the award or amount or not, or full amount, I mean, this would be the area that we would want to cut down. We don't want to cut our programs. The programs have to be the heart of the program, and so what money we have will go into additional renovation
When were
costs.
those costs put together?
We put those together back in February. We've been working with this for a while. I'm going to let Mr. Cook address it.
Well, we also work with architect Sherman Carter Barnhart, along with a local company, and it's within the last 4 months. We've had this.
So they've assumed that prevailing wage had passed the legislature?
Yes, it was
We're
after.
seeing costs just
Yes,
nosedive as a result
yes,
of
and we just finished building, $48 million worth of schools. We built a new high school and new elementary, so we built that with prevailing wage.
Yeah.
And
But this would reflect the fact you think that prevailing wage
is not there.
Is not there. And about how many square feet does that cover?
About 100,000 square feet, because it was that structure was the largest elementary in the state of Kentucky.
So you're going to renovate 100,000 square feet as part of this program?
We won't renovate that much, but that's how much square footage. We'll put the facade on it and a side hallway on it, but, it will connect to 100,000 square feet with a cafeteria and a kitchen.
Okay, so how many square feet would you renovate it then?
We're looking at the end, the newest section where it has four classrooms on each floor. That is about 20,000 square feet, a little bit less. We're looking at probably another 40,000 square feet that has additional classrooms or office spaces, and so we're probably looking at, just for right now, about 61,000 square feet is what we would be looking at renovating.
About 20,000 new and about 40,000.
Right, and the cafeteria, which is there, I mean, that our long-range plan is that we have an all-day regional training academy that we could also serve lunch there as well.
Chad?
Yes, can you discuss your bonding capacity relative to this project, and how much is available and being utilized, and if not, what status?
Well, we just built $48 million worth of schools, so unfortunately, we're at zero in our bonding capacity. But, you know, I will say that to get the $48 million we did pass in nickel tax, it was matched, and but we're at zero bonding. We don't even have enough to build some athletic facilities at our high school. We don't have any money for that, so.
I think same thing with Campbellsville renovation that they just did with their elementary school. They're pretty much maxed their bonding capacity as well. And even though we're maxed our bonding capacity, we didn't get to spend that on our technical school section. We got to spend it on our high school instructional areas. And one of the reasons, a great barrier that why we're requesting this, right now the participation rate at our technical school, they do an amazing job down there. Leanne Wall does a great job. Currently, Greene County, it's in Greene County, the heart of it, and they utilize it great. There's 350 of their 500 high school students attend, but right now 23 of the 300 Campbellsville school students attend, and 26 860 Taylor County schools get on a bus and go down there. A couple of different factors factor in, and this may hit into another question, but I wanted you all to see why we're requesting a satellite campus, is that we are, I checked with some at the state level, I called, and we're probably the only district in the state who operates out of 2 different time zones. We're on Eastern time zone in Taylor and Campbellsville, and then Greene County is on Central time zone, and it creates a huge barrier with scheduling for the ATC director. Not to mention the amount of time that you travel on a bus and change students. So our kids at a younger age, they're losing class periods, and they can't afford in their schedule their 8th grade and freshman years to go down there. We feel that that's causing us to lose a lot of kids that might go into the vocational field simply because it's not really accessible for the Campbellsville students and the Taylor County students. Nothing that they're doing wrong at the ATC, they're great down there. It's just a matter of the few barriers created by distance and time.
What is that travel time to the?
It's about 20 miles total, and we estimated it at 25 minutes. By the time the bell rings, they start loading buses, they get down there, they unload and get to class. So altogether, they're losing about an hour and possibly a period a day minimum
round trip
that they would lose. And so, you know, a freshman or an 8th grader schedule is booked and full of pretty much the mandatory requirements. They don't have flexibility to get down there and get involved. We think if they got involved at an earlier age, then that would not only increase the numbers at our satellite campus, but that would increase the numbers, the students that would go to the additional Greene County campuses once they got comfortable and they got credits and got involved.
Is this just really another ATC? Is that really what we're talking about?
We're talking about, well, it would be.
How is that different?
All
from
the
just
numbers
building
would,
an ATC?
yes, sir. All the numbers would go through the current ATC, current staffing formula. So we're not asking for additional staffing for this because they're going to cover that with satellite teachers. She would send proportionate amount of teachers according to our schedule to this site to help us cover the pathways that we need covered.
Because their funding would go up through the Greene County ATC because you had more students?
Well, it would be great if it went up, but I'm not sure how that formula works. I'm not sure when it or how it goes up.
But this would be considered part of the Greene
Yes, sir.
County
Yes, sir. It would be the model.
expansion of it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
Right.
and they actually requested that in a grant earlier. Greene County did, and they weren't granted enough to do the satellite expansion. So the part that they were able to do was the renovation of the Greene County campus. Well, it still didn't address the numbers of 23 out of 300 and 26 out of 860. She's working with us.
Say those, what are those numbers?
23 out of 300 Campbellsville high school students and 26 out of 860 Taylor County students. That's all that goes to Greene County. They currently operate 350 of their 500 goes through. They're doing an excellent job in Greene County doing that, and I applaud them for it.
And they're full.
Yes. Well, they may have some space left, but if we do what they do with our freshmen and 8th graders like we plan and propose to do, then we'll fill up a satellite campus and help complete their facility.
Secretary,
Yes,
we
sir.
feel, Secretary, we feel like we would be successful as Adair County was when they created a Russell County ATC satellite several years ago with SNRA and welding. I think they were sending 7 and 10 in welding and nursing to Russell County a day, and when they had it on their campus, they immediately had 125 in each program, walking 10 feet across the hallway. So
And we've had some success. We do have a satellite campus actually on our high school campus, an SRNA program. And so we were maybe sending down 5 or 6 people a year to Greene County. And so when they moved that, where there's some monies opened up for satellite campuses about 4 years ago, we petitioned and wrote and worked hard on that. And now we have full programs that we're able to offer at our satellite campus. Now, Campbellsville doesn't have access to that. But we would like to move this program to the satellite campus so that will help their numbers as well.
And just so I understand on the bonding capacity, that's including the nickel and the equalized nickel, and basically add it all up, you're at zero?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
where we are?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We actively have a prospect that's visiting next week. It's a Korean company. It's a direct referral from Kentucky's only Korean automotive supplier. And they have expressed so far, I don't know the job totals and numbers, and we'll find that out on Monday and Tuesday, but they will need forging, the forging skill sets for hot and cold forging, measurement operators, and then the machine tool, and they will need a pipeline. So they are going to require these programs to be available to our local high school students as well as Greene County. But to meet those needs and hopefully win that prospect, we've got to have some technical training in our community.
So you've expressed a lot, but if you were to receive only a partial award for this, how much could you do? What could this project continue?
This was a dream of ours for years, and we've tried our best to try to do it on our own. And so definitely any reward at all is going to accelerate the process of it. I think that we'll have to look very closely with the partial award, because we want to make sure we're going to move forward with this. It's what's best for our kids, and it's what's best for our community. We've got to do this. It's imperative. And so with this type of award, we can still get the base program started and funded, and then we'll just have to have a timeline set on how we finish up the renovations as we go through. The most important thing for us are the programs that we have to get started, and I think that we could probably definitely get a good part of the equipment bought even with a partial award.
So it would move away from renovation?
Well,
to-
I mean, there has to be some renovations. We have to tear down that first part of the building.
Okay.
I mean,
so
we will have to do that, and we do have funds for that as well. And there'll be some capping off. There'll be some other expenses.
A new facade.
A new facade and some other things. We want to get some overhead doors. We want to make this to look like a workplace. We want our kids to feel like when they come in, it's mimicking the workplaces that they're going to be going into in problem-solving environments, and we can do that. I mean, it's a long-range plan of ours, and this will accelerate greatly what we were able to do.
At the very least, we have to, where we demo their connecting walls, two walls, we have to replace those two walls.
Okay.
That would be the minimum we'd have to do, put some doors in.
How soon would this funding accelerate the process?
Well, listen, we are already starting some things right now, because even with the award and anytime we would have to wait for that. So we are already making plans with Somerset, like for example, Somerset College is already coming in and doing some technical training for our adults, and they're using our high school facility right now over the summer. So we're hoping to bring in, right now they're doing the metal arc welding programs for those 8-week programs. We hope to bring in the lineman program as well. So we can, we're going to ship them around to some places, but they still won't be able to have the equipment in a solid place yet until we get this in. So we're already working very hard, and the partnerships, especially between the Campbellsville School District and Taylor County School District, that this grant has allowed us an opportunity to come together like we have never come together before, and it's what's best for our community.
We have a current ATC satellite location at Campbellsville High School now for industrial maintenance, and we would need the ample room for all of the PLCs and the proper equipment. Right now, it's just in less than a 1,200 square foot.
We're getting close on time here, so we need to move on. Kathy?
They kind of, if anybody else wants to hear about the distance travel, that I think you kind of addressed it with the number of
Yes, ma'am.
students. So I kind
Okay.
of feel satisfied. That would have been my question.
We felt like for the after-school programs also, that will help the adults, not having to travel a different time zone, and some of them can't afford to travel 15 miles or 20 miles.
Can you do adult programs in your high school in the evenings?
We're full. We've got programs going on all afternoons. We can do some things. The problem is we don't have, for the type of advanced manufacturing, we don't have the equipment yet at our high school to be able to do that. We've got wood manufacturing, and we've got some welding stations in our ag department, but we don't have the equipment and necessary things that we would have to do there. So we definitely, there's possibilities.
Okay, I have one last question.
Well, and there are no other programs that are available to the students other than what you guys are conceiving for this area?
The closest place is E-Town, especially for for the adult workforce. E-Town and Somerset are the two closest places. There is no workforce development
The
training
numbers
in our
are very
community.
telling in terms of the students that are coming up.
Yeah, so I get the logic for the advanced manufacturing and all the new students. I get the logic for the healthcare, SRNAs, you've got the big hospitals over there. I love the idea of programming talent being developed locally. But I see graphic design, and that's the number 2 most number of new students. I'm trying to figure out the logic behind graphic design.
Well,
who needs
that actually speaks to the needs and really the interest of the students as well, because that graphic design with web development, creating those Adobe experts. So we've already started by obtaining some of those Adobe licenses, so that because we want them to use those industry standard
Have you tried to look at the
technologies.
demand side by checking out with the companies if they have that need?
Well, I do know that Western Kentucky University has just started a program too with the graphic design. I believe that Campbellsville University has just brought on a professor who has worked in this area as
Yeah, I
well.
mean, have you spoken to industry to make sure that they have that need?
Right. That is something that we've not, because we've been working with, we know that we've got web developers who can stay at home. and
Other
so
than
that-
Conduit.
Yes,
Conduit's
Conduit's the only one.
Sure.
Yeah, Conduit, and they actually,
There's a need for graphic design.
Well, we've got no marketing companies, so our high school, we do marketing for our local businesses. You know, that's one of the things, because there's nothing else out there. So so our students are already getting their feet wet in marketing and business. And so and there are no marketing firms in Taylor County.
Thank you.
Yeah. Did you?
Operating costs, how is your project being funded?
What was that?
Operating costs, the remaining debt service, there is remaining debt service on the newest part of the building. So that's the responsibility of the Taylor County School District. The majority of the teaching staff at this point is going to fall under the allocations for the Greene County ATC. The 3 districts and the Greene County ATC have agreed to cover costs of maintenance and utilities and that. I know that when we've talked about staffing, both Campbellsville and Taylor County are willing to to back the staff that is going in with that. One of the things that we've been very successful with in the Taylor County School District is naming rights and support from the community. And in fact, we've been able to do a lot of things within our district by naming rights, with whether it's our arenas or different things. And so our community has really stepped up to helping them advertise while they're helping support us. And then our community partners, Taylor County Regional, Amazon, InFact, Murakami, all of them, and our economic development boards. You know, these are people that we are forging strong relationships with, and
Our industrial
that will support
foundation,
us.
Jennifer, actually pledged totally if we get a portion of this grant and partner together with the other 2 counties to support us with a $100,000 equipment purchase. But they were really skeptical that we'd even make it this far as working together, but we really proved a lot of people wrong.
So you'll get $100,000?
Yes, ma'am. That was a verbal.
If we get this grant.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
And we hope to leverage with our city council and fiscal court some local tax dollars for some perpetual maintenance and equipment purchases, supplies.
Running over, do you have?
Just, what's your current experience with dual credit, and what would this program do to change that, if anything?
We got strong dual credit programs with Campbellsville University. We would work with Western. We work with Murray. We work with Somerset already. So we've got strong. But where I think where we can really grow that is with our adult workforce with the associate degrees, if we can make those available in our community.
And the students in this, I guess, would be eligible for dual credit also on.
Yes, all these programs, and we also have the articulation agreements with E-Town and Somerset with all of our career tech programs.
Just one thing back on the numbers again, just so you have $2.5 million roughly in renovation costs. Does that include, you said it included 20,000 square feet of new building?
No new build. No, the newest section of the building.
newest
There's
section.
the newest section of the
Okay,
building
got it. I was gonna say,
is the
that's not gonna
20,000.
get you.
No.
Okay.
The only new thing we would be constructing would be,
The new face of the 2 walls.
we would have to
were
come up with an
talking about.
entrance, a
We're not-
facade.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've got about 60,000 square feet. Yeah.
And we owe $1.2 million on that building, but Taylor County Schools, we're gonna, obviously, we're gonna have to pay for that, whether we do anything with it or not. It's a $260,000 a year payment for 6 more years. And I could take some buildings, and if we don't get this grant, I'm gonna move some of my other buildings in there and sell them. But I'm willing to give that up if we can do this for our kids.
So would this entire 100,000 be the Career Academy, or 60,000 of it be the Career Academy, or what do you think?
Well, there's definitely room for growth there.
About 40,000 is the, we got it's a large lunchroom cafeteria space that would offer I know I've heard it talked at Frankfurt about adding the all-day program, where you go there and you can get your math and language arts and science and everything while you're getting your vocational programs as well. And the kids from Greene County are going to be coming to this as well, because we're going to offer pathways that they're currently not offering at that campus. So this will be a true shared project. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Eventually, there's enough space as the need comes for Campbellsville University, Somerset, or E-Town to come over and offer us more associate degree programs in stages. I don't think there would be enough renovation cost to have it all at one time, but as we can build this pipeline with the high school kids, then to do the dual credit with the associate degree programs is our ultimate goal.
Do you have any major or any businesses or companies involved in this? And, who are they, or what are they saying as far as their commitment?
Well, go ahead.
Well, we've started some coalitions already with Murakami, Amazon. In fact, we started RQ1 program. We've graduated 16 people that dropped out of school in the 60s, 70s, and 80s and got them a job already. We haven't had a dropout in 8 years. We've had 100% graduation for 8 years. Plus, we've gone into the community, and RQ1 means raise the quality of life one human at a time. That's what we do. And we go find somebody that dropped out. We graduated a father-son at the last board meeting. The father dropped out in the 70s, and the son dropped out in the mid-80s. They came back. We don't get a penny. We've been doing that now for 6 years. We've got 16 people and 13 more enrolled to get their high school diploma. But we do that at our expense. We get nothing for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Thanks for listening to us.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you all for doing this.
are. So the first minute, if you would just introduce yourselves for us, and then we'll play the video. You're welcome to narrate that if you'd like. And then maybe just 6 minutes of overview on the project. I'd ask that you kind of keep it simple. It's kind of the facts on why this is important and what it'll do, and how it's going to be funded. And then after that, we'll have some questions. I think some of those you have an idea what they are already, but anyway, with that, the floor is yours. And I really do appreciate you coming here. Thank you for making it easy for us.
Hey, I am Rick Ross, Superintendent, Mason County Schools, and we're glad to be here.
I'm Barb Campbell with Maysville Community and Technical College.
I'm Sanford Holbrooks, Superintendent of Robertson County Schools.
I'm Jeff Alec, Superintendent of Bracken County Schools.
I'm Lisa McCain. I'm Superintendent at Augusta Independent.
Peter File with Stover Drives and Manufacturing in Maysville.
Linda Jackson, Southern Regional Education Board Director for Technology Centers for Work.
I'm hurrying, sorry. That would have been so exciting.
Jeremy McLeod, Principal of Mason County Area Technology.
This is our technology center. It was built in 1966. It is original. Nothing has been upgraded since then. You'll see this is our hallway, the corridors, just the programming is to the right and left of where the students are walking. This will all be redone as well as the entryway. And from here, we go to our community education room, or future, we hope. We will be tearing out a wall between these. Students will use it as a classroom and presentation room during the day, and adults will use it at night. There'll be new computers, presentation boards, those types of things. Okay, these are our bathrooms. They mostly have brown water, unfortunately. It's all original, desperately in need of an upgrade. And that's our Alice in Wonderland door that leads to the old mechanicals. The building is under power by 40%. Again, all original. There have been no upgrades. Our heating and air conditioning is original. Part of the building does not have heat. We have literally duct tape holding pieces of this machinery together. Again, some of it is non-functional. And from here we go to the health science. This is where the nursing program goes. We're going to knock out that wall. It's a good space, but it needs again to be modernized. We need modern equipment. The hospital beds are not up to industry standard. Neither is the equipment for medicine dosing, things like that. Overall, $84,000 investment here. That's usually just some of the highlights. It's not the total of the grant. But we want these kids, again, to have access to modern equipment. We are not wheelchair accessible, so that's a real ADA issue. We like to address that through this grant. Okay, and from here, we go to what is currently electrician. We'd like to transform that into industrial maintenance. To the right of what you see now is going to be our PLC control lab, again, to modernize things. We will have robotics in there. They'll be working on, again, modern equipment to meet industry standard. $115,000 investment in equipment here. And then once this fades away, you'll see the ceiling, just more of the outdated mechanics. There's asbestos covered pipes and paint's in bad shape, and et cetera. Okay, this is our welding technology, and we take a minute to focus on the door because unfortunately they're not atypical for this center. They're just in bad shape, original 1966. We think our students, would love to have better. Behind this will be a future welding simulator, which we're excited about, so our welding students can have access before they have the skill level to go live. And you also see just, the state of the mechanics and the physical plane in that building. From here we go into the welding lab itself. It's a big space. Again, needs to be modernized. There is currently no heat in this building. We have a $268,000 investment plan here. There'll be robotic welders, augmented welding, things like that in this place. Currently they are kind of using baling twine to hold things together. We're very concerned about our ventilation system. It was designed for carpentry and not welding, but it's also failing right now. And from here we go to machine tool. Again, it's a good size of space. We'd like to move that toward advanced manufacturing, but we can't do that without serious upgraded equipment. Over $317,000 needed. Our machines, some of them date back to the 1940s, even older than the building itself. It's just not lend itself to advanced manufacturing at this time. And the final thing you'll see here, this is a machine from the 80s that runs on a 3.5-inch floppy disk, but it does not work. It's inoperable. 4 minutes goes really quick, but that's it in a nutshell. Okay, so our presentation, it's in a 2-page summary here. We're going to go through it quickly. We're requesting $2.29 million with a $989,000 match, which is about 30%. We feel the two things that set our presentation and our proposal apart from others is the size of that match, and also our simulated workplace model, which will be the first in Kentucky that you'll hear about in just a little bit.
One of the things we look at too is our partners. We got a vast majority of our partners in the area wanting to join us. We have our Chamber of Commerce in Bracken and Mason County both input with this. Some of our manufacturing, like Stober and the hospital there in Maysville, Meadowview, and things are all guarantee us some simulated work, training, supplies, material. Being a former ATC principal, that's what you want to build is a network with people in the industry. So when your kids graduate, you have jobs. And this is not only in this area, we also expand out to maybe Cynthiana with the 3M plant and maybe it's CMAW over in Paris. So a lot of our kids go to them places, and we hope for this partnership and upgraded facilities will definitely give us a chance to prepare our kids for jobs.
Currently in our area, about 58% of our residents in Mason County do not have a high school diploma or only a high school diploma. The unemployment rate in the Tenco region is 6.3%, which equates to 1,700 residents. The Mason County Tech Center serves only 25% of our high school juniors and 17% of our seniors from the 4 feeder districts. And only 31% of the students at the Tech Center are completers, and only 29 students at the Tech Center earned a credential. We plan to change that with this project, and our goals are to improve by 20% annually the number of students that are completers at the Tech Center, and also improve 20% annually the number of college credits granted for students attending the Tech Center through Maysville Community College and Community and Technical College, which is our higher education partner. Improve our career pathway placement by 100%, ensuring that the individual learning plans drive the students into the appropriate program. Also to improve a successful transition to work and school by 50% annually. And the rate simulated workplace companies have an 85% on business and industry reviews.
And not only will this facility serve the high school student, but also the adult learner. So partnering with Maysville Community and Technical College and the Kentucky Career Center, we will be offering training and skill upgrade to adult learners in the area, both in the areas of advanced manufacturing and in healthcare. The facility will be, as we talked, renovated. With the renovation, we will be able to provide this kind of training to adult learners. It will be open 4 evenings a week and some Saturdays to accommodate the local unemployed and underemployed people. And local companies have pledged some support to help with supplies and equipment to train the adult learners.
If you'll turn the handout over on the back, you're going to see 2 things. And one is creating pathways, meaningful pathways for both of these programs. There's a couple of things we know, that the number one thing that we know about education is the quality of the teacher in the classroom. So one of the things with the pathways is we've got to use the ILPs that Lisa alluded to earlier to make sure that we're putting the right students in the right programs and making sure that when they're in those programs that they're earning credentials throughout their high school career. Secondly, there's going to be a lot of teacher training associated with this to skill up all of the teachers, because you just can't build it and they will come. We know that the teachers need to be skilled up in several areas. Mason County has agreed to be the first in the state to implement simulated workplace. Simulated workplace was started in West Virginia about 4 years ago as a state rollout to deal with 2 things required with work-based learning. One finding that they were having in work-based in West Virginia was there was not enough work-based learning opportunities for students. And the second obstacle that they faced was that the students weren't adequately prepared with employability skills to perform well in work-based learning. So they decided to make all of their programs businesses. So if you'll notice down there in the bottom box, West Virginia spent 2 years working with business and industry partners across the state and came up with 12 protocols for simulated workplace. It is a very structured, organized method to starting and opening programs that run as small businesses. It's more than just taking in live work. It's actually paychecks. It's company names. It's company manuals. It's project-based learning. It is doing everything that awards the student those employability, academic, and technical skills. I have been training for 2 years and rolling this out across the state of Alabama. Their test scores have increased significantly. Their industry credentials, their academic attainment, and their employability skills, they have seen dramatic improvements. So that will be something that will be very new to Kentucky, and we're hoping that Mason County will be the pilot and the demonstration site for this initiative. Ready? We have a minute left.
I think that sums it up. Again, the two things we think set us apart are I think, very comparable match in this idea of it being the very first workplace simulation in the state of Kentucky.
So make sure we understand, so you focused in advanced manufacturing, health science, and in some trades, electrical technology and welding, is that right? So
That's
kind of
correct.
four areas, yeah, 4 areas. And the largest part of the request is for the renovation of the existing ATC.
Yes, we're asking for about $1 million in equipment and about 2.3 in the renovation, mostly in the physical plant area.
On the renovation part, it shows in your application 680,000 cash match. What's the source of those funds?
It's a $989,000. It's bonded through the district.
Okay, using existing bonding capacity.
Yes, we have a $4.5 million bonding capacity, and we're willing to put 21% of that into this program, and we have about $40 million need in the district. So this is very important for us.
And this is something we see across the state where the technology centers have just been allowed to go down to trying to decide, do we demolish and build new, or do we fix them up? I haven't quite understood how, the high schools and middle schools and all those have gotten replaced over time, but the technology centers never seem to get replaced. I don't know if we have something structural there that's a problem, but a lot in bad condition. So the equipment cash match was also a big number, over $250,000. Could you talk to us for a minute or two on the source of that match?
Again, our only chance to upgrade this equipment is through this grant and bonding. It's also bonding money. The budget provided by the state, it's a state center. It's only about $8,000 for equipment, so it would take about 1,000 years to get what we needed at $8,000 a year.
So the 974,000 or whatever there for cash match, that represent a bonding from Mason
Yes, you're allowed to
County.
bond for equipment as well. Yeah, correct.
All right. So,
You want to do your question?
Yeah, I'll go on. What I'd like to ask you about is partial funding. You just mentioned that you have the bonding capacity in this grant, but if you were only awarded a partial fund, how would that impact your ability to move forward with this project?
We were very intentional in that we feel we asked for a number that is reasonable. We didn't ask for 15, 20 million because we knew others have needs as well. So we asked for a number we thought was reasonable. Obviously, we will take what we can get. We would just have to kind of scale back the project. We might have to focus on, fewer areas or be a little bit less ambitious in regards to the equipment, but we certainly would appreciate any assistance.
Okay. Now, the inverse of that, with receiving these funds, how could it accelerate your timeline? When would you start? What does that look like?
I mean, as soon as we were notified, we would do our paperwork to the state, and we would be ready to go next year with part of this. We can order the equipment right now and do the renovation around it. There's actually an open space. There's an area that's not being used. We can move classrooms there and get going immediately.
What is the size of this building?
Gary?
About how many square feet it is?
20,000 square feet.
20,000 square feet.
What about you?
Okay, yes, I have a question. How far away on average is the average targeted attendee for your project from another project or program of similar scope and audience in both mileage and driving?
So again, we're proud that we will be the very first workplace simulation, so there is nothing comparable. If you were to ask the question in frame of current, how things operate, it's about a 50-minute drive. It would be other school districts 35, 40 miles away. But again, our students wouldn't be able to attend, and likely our adults don't go to those facilities for training because they're not open, and plus it'd be a long drive.
Could you just expand on a little bit about connection with Bracken County? And I mean, how will you've got a lot of partnerships here.
Yes.
You just kind of touch on
Our
how that
area technology center serves 4 school districts in 3 counties: Robertson County, Augusta Independent, and Bracken County. We all get along extremely well. Their students come to our center, so they definitely have some skin in the game as well. So that's our connection with the other school districts.
It's just bust for part of the day, is that how that's?
Yes, sir.
Juniors and seniors?
Yeah, in Robertson County, our juniors come in the morning, and the evenings are seniors. For a district as small as us, that's been the littlest county in the state of Kentucky. It's the only opportunity my kids have to get career and tech education, besides our agriculture program on campus.
And we work so well together. We're willing. We have a STEM school that has engineering, biomedical, aerospace, things like that, and we're going to open our enrollment to these other districts starting next year. And we want that particular engineering program to lead toward advanced manufacturing, but right now it can't because a lathe is not advanced manufacturing. So this could all kind of flow together, but their students are more than welcome to attend Mason County's STEM school.
From a capacity standpoint, this is renovated 20,000 square feet. I mean, that's decent size. It's not huge. Is it going to have the capacity to serve the students in the, 3 or 4 districts?
Yes, it will. Like I said, there's an open area beyond the scope of this grant that we hope will become diesel mechanics. So there's still actually open space right now. And then again, part of this goal is to get students out in mentorships and dual credit situations. So we're going to start them sooner and send them on to college and career sooner, so the space will be adequate.
We've actually collaborated together, and we're looking at ways to increase our enrollment of our high school students and sending more students going down to our 10th grade and in the future even with our 9th grade students.
So what basically uniquely makes your plan here stands out is that this running programs like a small business and simulating these businesses so that there's actual product and paychecks coming. Who's determining what those different small businesses are going to be?
The students.
Okay.
Simulated Workplace is very student-centered. So over time, the students name their company. They do needs assessment out in the community to determine what their business is going to, what they're going to serve in their business, how they're going to serve. They do their marketing. They come up with a company handbook. We advocate time clocks, so the students experience the opportunity to clock in and clock out. They also receive paychecks. We have payroll clerks that will administer the paychecks. Those paychecks can be used for a variety of things. Some centers have set up school stores, and some use it to base their grades. Their paycheck is basing their grades. There's a lot of stress on not only the academic and technical skills, but the employability skills that are needed.
And how will the teachers and your partnering companies work? How do they tie into that?
There's training. There's quite a bit of training with simulated workplace. And then throughout the training, the business partners are invited in to train. The ultimate goal is to send the students out for work-based learning. The problem that many of these states and centers are running into is they're sending students out for work-based learning, but they're not ready. And so they're not being successful. So they first have to prove that they're successful in the simulated workplace. And the simulated workplace, the company has an organizational chart. So you have to earn your way up to be able to matriculate out into a work-based learning by being a foreman, by being a supervisor, by being on the 5S safety team. We do a lot of training with lean manufacturing with the students. So every student becomes certified in 5S, which is part of lean manufacturing. And the goal, though, is the teacher still teaches. You know, just like employees have training, employees have professional development, the teacher is still teaching. It's more in a project-based learning environment.
And since I got the floor, I can ask you one more question.
Sure.
As far as these, the operating costs, how will that be funded for this project?
That is part of just the professional development funds. This is all just professional development and coaching. So I'm sure that's just part of the match, Rick.
Yeah, are you asking about the day-to-day operations or?
Yes,
operational.
The day-to-day operations is totally Kentucky Department of Education funded. The teachers are funded. Our district gets a percentage of the students' average daily attendance, and that turns on the lights. So we think our operating expenses will go down because we'll have more energy efficiency in the building. We'll have higher enrollment, which will obviously increase our SEEK funding, so that the day-to-day is no problem.
Thank you.
What's your relationship with Maysville CTC? Do you offer dual credit now, and will that change with the program?
We have a wonderful relationship with our college. Things are kind of changing because of Senate Bill 1. We need to move from articulated credit to more dual credit within the ATC, so they're willing to partner with us on that. And beyond that, my goal is to eventually run a bus to Rowan County so we can have access to Rowan Tech, which has the advanced welding. We could drop kids off at Morehead State. We could drop kids off at the Kentucky Welding Institute in Fleming County, so that there's a strong partnership there.
How far away are you from CTC?
We're about 3 miles
Yeah.
from the Maysville campus to the
From the
Area
Maysville
Technology Center, making it very easy to coordinate programs and dual
Our
credit.
connector roads.
Yes.
Yeah, could you guys address a little bit more about the business partners with whom you are associated and how this program is linked to the demand side of, you know, the companies in the area who want to employ your students? And I'm not hearing enough about
Can I
that.
take that one?
Yes.
We're Stover, we're a small manufacturer. We have 125 people. We've benefited over proportionately from the ATC. We've had 8 kids come to us through the center that have been in our apprenticeship program. We're also in the track program. And unfortunately, or fortunately for us, unfortunately for the community, that's not been scaled to other businesses. So we have benefited a whole lot by partnering with the ATC, with the college. We have an established apprenticeship program, the track program. The other thing I think that's unique about our community, we have a 10-year vision and a 10-year strategic plan that includes cooperation of industry and business, and we're 2 years into it. We're having great success. We've partnered with the college, and unfortunately, this is a hole in a hole in our plan, in that the center is just not in the shape it needs to be to further fuel that. But there's plenty of opportunity there.
But we worked with our local companies on what equipment should we buy. We went to the hospital, to Stover, to other manufacturers, and they have agreed also to maintain the equipment, because we were afraid we were going to get this and we wouldn't be able to fix it. So they're going to help us maintain it.
But my question also has to do with the curriculum and the feedback that you would be getting from, not, you know, it's great that you're here as an employer, but you're one.
Let's talk about the reviews.
So I'm thinking that it's great for them to learn entrepreneurial skills in terms of what goes into making a business. That will make them great employees if they ever understand that fully. But still, they have skills and, you know, education that they need for hireability in that region. And I just would like more.
Currently, each program has a program advisory committee that is made up of business and industry partners in the area. One thing that, if you'll notice on the second page, is we're going to work on program advisory committees to strengthen those, to get more business and industry partners. What we also want to do is to have an overall center advisory committee, and that's outlined in the grant, where Jeremy has a panel of business and industry partners that advise him. We're going to increase the advisory committee meetings to 4 times a year. There's a mandate that you have to have 2 a year, but that's not enough. Also, the business and industry partnerships, we want those advisory committee members plus other business and industry partners to judge student work, to look at the quality of the student work that is being produced by the students, and provide ongoing feedback to the teachers. And that is probably a growth area for the center.
Mike?
Yeah. I see you've got your architect with you, and you're the first group that's done that, and I think it's great. I noticed on the back on page 90 of your report, the construction cost, if you redo a new building, would be $244 a square foot. And the renovation cost is $119.70. So is that primarily it's going to cost to renovate that building? Is at a cost of $119.70 per square foot?
Yes. And the 240 number is from the Department of Education. It's their current values that we use determined by the Department for budgeting.
Did you have you factored in the fact that the prevailing wage was done away with in this last session? Because so that is factored in. Okay.
We need every dime.
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes our conference.
Thank you very much.
kind of the format here, but I'll just go over it. First off, thank you for coming, coming up to see us. First, we'll have just a minute if you just introduce yourself, help us. And then your video will play. You're welcome to narrate that if you'd like, whatever it is, 3 or 4 minutes. And then kind of 6 minutes on just an overview of your project. Keep it simple for us if you would, and why it's important. Capacity needs today, whatever it is. And that would help us get started, and then we'll have a few questions. I think we'll have a total of 25 minutes available. Wish it was longer, but we'll give Mr. Scletto just another minute here. We'll get started. I see your project number 1. You must have been the first one to get your application in. How that happened?
Yeah. As long as you remember we're number 1 after we leave.
Roger, we're on right now. Yeah.
I'm gonna shut steps in. We're good to go. We're live right now.
Live. Okay. Good. We'll behave. Yeah, this is being streamed live, by the way. It is also being recorded that people can watch in the future for posterity. I think let's just go ahead and get started. If you want to just with introductions, it'd be great.
I'm Pam Stevens, Superintendent, Interim Superintendent of Dare County Schools.
I'm Renee Smith. I'm the Finance Director.
Judy Kelder, Lake Cumberland Ag, Director of Community and Economic Development. Robin Lloyd, College and Career Readiness Counselor for Dare County Schools.
And I'm Steve Turner. I'm the Federal Programs Coordinator for Dare County Schools.
Okay. Great. I think we'll go on and get started. There you go.
Our grant proposal focuses on becoming a regional healthcare training hub for the students of Adair County and surrounding counties. This is our campus. In the back part there will show you our welding department, which is under our school district, the Lake Cumberland Area Technology Center, a welding class, state-of-the-art, and that was brought to our district by 2 grants as well as local funding. This is our CNA program, leads our nurses classes program that leads the CNA certification, done in both the classroom lab and all of this in our high school. Our EMT class began January of 17. As you can see, our class meets in the food lab due to the limited space for new classes, but our class is taught by a certified paramedic. The local nursing home, Signature Healthcare Summit Manor, has a physical therapy department, and they are in much need of PT assistance, which is part of our grant as well. Currently, we have a partnership of mentoring opportunities and shadowing, and also with the ambulance department doing the EMT, we have a partnership working with them as well. This is a young man graduated our program a couple of years ago, and this would really helped him as he was finishing high school. This is T.J. Sampson, Columbia, our local hospital, which has a wing available for use of classroom space to teach students how to use the simulators to mimic real-life emergencies. There's a total of 7 rooms that we would be able to utilize in this wing and training sites for students and healthcare professionals. There's an office space, classroom space, 3 rooms for virtual labs and simulation labs. As you can see, some of the rooms are currently being used as storage, but from the CEO, they have committed to refreshing the rooms, cleaning the things out, painting, doing additional work to the rooms to become our classrooms and our labs, along with some of our local maintenance efforts. this is one after it's been cleaned out, that they had put in use for some upgrades they had in our hospital. Simulators can be used in adult, can be purchased for both adult and pediatric models. Students will be trained on models that mimic real patients. Virtual simulations using software or HoloLens enable students and the instructor to see the different dimensions within the body, such as the human heart or broken bones. The Physical Therapy Department at the TJ Health Columbia will provide opportunities for students to gain experience that will help them as they pursue a degree at a nearby college or community colleges.
Okay. Our grant proposal focuses on medical simulation equipment for students. In the field of medical simulation, a mannequin is a patient simulator that safely allows for the training of clinical skills, cognitive thinking, and behavioral communication in a professional healthcare setting. Grant funds are being sought to purchase both adult and pediatric mannequins, as well as visible body hologram equipment. Strong evidence exists that nurses and EMTs need advanced training on mannequins. For your convenience, we provided you a 2-page brochure outlining the innovative healthcare training and opportunities we're proposing for students in the region. Our goal is to show you how the education and training of future healthcare workers looked yesterday, today, how it will look tomorrow, and in the future in our region and beyond. Simulation is the future of healthcare training, and the support that the grant provides will enable us to provide real-life medical simulations to learners in a controlled and safe environment. It doesn't get any more innovative than that. Imagine how engaged students will be when placed in those training scenarios. I invite you to review the brochure and get a better feel for just how innovative this would be to implement. We have formed some very strong partnerships, and we're all working to improve the quality of our region's healthcare workforce.
The Adair County School District is an innovative, ever-changing district in South Central. We're looking for ways to create more opportunities for our high school students and for our adults as well, to give them more opportunities to attend night and weekend sessions. 3 adjoining school districts, Adair County, Casey County, and Russell County, have created a consortium to provide more opportunities for our students and the adults in the area. It's called the CAR Initiative, which stands for Collaborating Across the Region. And this initiative calls for Adair County to become the regional healthcare hub to train students in the healthcare field for Adair and surrounding counties. Funding from this grant will allow students access to curriculum, programs, space for more classes, and instructors who will help them develop skills that will enable them to obtain employment in the healthcare field. But most importantly, those enrolled in these healthcare programs will be able to gain hands-on experience using the latest and most up-to-date training tools, such as simulators and visible body. This will enable them to experience real working conditions in a virtual hospital setting.
ACHS is a satellite campus already for Lake Cumberland Area Technology Center. They have, of course, the welding classes and the pre-nursing classes, which is through the ATC. The health science classes, they currently occupy 2 rooms in the high school building. They have 120 students are enrolled in that program, and they do have a waiting list for this. Grant funds would allow expansion of the nursing program, allowing Adair County to educate students from all 3 districts. All 3 districts currently offer CNA programs, but new classes would be advanced nursing classes. Anticipated enrollment would increase by approximately 300% in 3 health science pathways. Currently, within a 50-mile radius of Columbia, Kentucky, there are 450 jobs posted in the healthcare field alone. Students we train as nurses, EMTs, and physical therapy assistants will be highly employable, as evidenced by some of the letters of recommendation in this application. Dr. Eric Loy, MD and CEO of Family Medical Centers with more than 62 locations, estimates there will be a 12% increase in the need for nurses in the next year. With entry-level salaries for nurses being just over $44,000, the job market is there for our students. Mr. Bud Weddington, CEO of TJ Sampson, echoes Dr. Loy's position when he says we are desperately in desperate need for more nurses in our healthcare system.
A physical therapy assistance program is the third branch of the health science field that we plan to offer in conjunction with KCTCS at Somerset. Taylor County Regional Hospital is around 18 miles away from us. They have built a new facility, and in their letter of support, they said that they always needed skilled workers for that. Our partnership with T.J. Sampson Community Hospital there in Columbia, they have a wing that they're going to allow us to use for this. They're going to be able to use it for classrooms, to set up the simulation lab for adult and pediatric patients. The expansion of this program will allow our high school students to complete an associate's degree in nursing, EMT paramedic licensing, and PTA dual credit classes while still in high school. Nurses and other healthcare professionals will also be able to use this facility to obtain continuing education. We're also going to have classes on weekends and nights for others and adults desiring to enter the healthcare field.
An aggressive marketing plan will get the word out about the evening and weekend classes. The Cumberland's Workforce Group will be instrumental in getting that information into the hands of adults looking for jobs to retrain in some other field. The agency is committed to providing youth and adult career managers to assist with employment opportunities once students and adults are trained in the healthcare field. Based on research for this grant proposal, a program such as this does not exist at a high school within a 50-mile radius of Columbia. Columbia is centrally located to a number of colleges and career technical centers that offer nursing programs, and students can obtain dual credit while working towards an associate's degree.
With the grant dollars that you will provide, we will be able to positively affect not only the students that are involved in our programs, but the thousands of people that will be provided health care through the education that they have received. By expanding 2 health sciences programs and the EMT, adding the third of the physical therapy associates. This innovative way of thinking will open the doors for students in our region that have not been opened before. Thank you for your consideration of our grant proposal.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. When we saw the slides of the hospital, I believe, they're making some rooms available in the hospital for is that the EMT program or more than?
All of them, the nursing as well as the EMT and the physical therapy assistant, all 3.
So the school will provide instructors, teachers right in the hospital.
We'll have a wing on the 2nd floor of the hospital, so anybody doing the physical therapy assistant will simply down the elevator into their PT floor on the 1st floor. And then our EMTs are right there. The EMT department is straight across the street from the hospital, so they can access the ambulances when they're outside of their day of training in the classroom.
I did have a question on one of the exhibits that y'all submitted in the application, and on pre-nursing, which I guess is CNA. It said current high school student enrollment 120 and projected 120, but then it said additional participants 120. Are you going from 120 to 240, or will the CNA just stay at 120? That one will stay the same.
It's more focused on advanced nursing.
But it's the other 3 programs, the new programs that'll advance this. Okay, thanks. Let's see. Chad, do you have a question for us?
Yeah, I don't think this is all equipment, correct?
It is equipment.
Yeah. Your question, I think, if I understood you correctly, because you had this, I think you had the same question, looking at the growth. So the pre-nursing is going to basically stay the same, and you're going to grow in the allied, associated, EMT, and physical therapy. Is that correct?
That's correct. The 3 counties that we're looking to collaborate with all have the CNA program. We're looking for the advanced program.
Okay.
To build upon that, which the other 2 counties have been introduced to us.
And then as far as the dual credit goes, how does that work now? And then what would change, if anything, with the program?
Well, we have an innovative program we call Indian University. So we're already allowing a lot of seniors to go out and do dual credit. We have partnerships with WKU, SCC, University, Lindsey Wilson, and Somerset. Yeah, Somerset. So, we already have strong partnerships with those universities. So the dual credit, we would aggressively try to find the kids who are seeking to go into healthcare and market that dual credit to them at an earlier age, get the kids. We want to start, we're currently only able to let kids into sophomore year in the healthcare program, and we want to move that down to the freshman level if we can do
So
that.
of the 120 there now, do any of those get dual credit at this time, or?
Yes, they are getting dual credit through Somerset Community College.
Okay.
All of them.
All of them, basically, yeah. Good deal.
Now, I recognize that this is, equipment only, but if this, were partially funded, how would you scale this project? Or would you be able to continue?
We have built into our cost estimates some items that are definitely critical pieces of equipment that we have to have. Now, we've got like 4 simulators, the mannequins, smart mannequins, I call them. We could possibly start with just 2 and still provide that instruction as well. And I think what we'd have to do at that point is maybe look for other funding sources to be able to purchase the additional pieces that maybe we couldn't at this time. But I don't, we could still do, I think, all 3 programs and get them started.
How likely are those other funding sources?
Well, one that we've kind of looked at is ERC, Appalachian Regional Commission. They do equipment, especially if it's in the healthcare field, and where you're training people, they do that. I've had some success with that when we did the welding, state-of-the-art facility. They did all the equipment for that. So I'm thinking that might be a possibility. And then another one, Coast Air Charities. 2 of the mannequins are pediatrics, and 2 are considered adult size. The 2 pediatrics, we maybe could go through Coast Air Charities. They do fund anything that's dealing with healthcare, bettering children's outcomes, and that type of thing. So.
And the inverse of this, is the acceleration of your project based on this funding. Do you see that as?
We're hoping maybe to even have this going by this fall, is what we'd like to do. You know, spring at the latest, and this funding would definitely put us ahead. ARC itself, if you go that route, that's a year process before you see money, so that would really delay us. We would really like to get that started for the freshman class coming in this fall anyway.
Is the idea here to purchase the equipment to be installed in an ATC, or where will this equipment reside?
It will be there in the hospital.
It'll be in the hospital there. Okay.
We will bus our students to the hospital when they're in those programs.
Which hospital?
Westlake. It used to be Westlake Regional Hospital, and it was sold. T.J. Sampson Community Hospital in Glasgow bought it. It's not a full hospital setting. They're inching back into expanding. They have emergency room. They have a 6-patient room, 23-hour holding area. They have physical therapy there now. A lab and that type of thing. They do have, well, they did start the behavioral.
Yes, they do have a behavioral unit
As well.
there.
But there's a lot of wings that are empty, and this is their way of helping us utilize that space and saving us a lot of money.
We will have 7 rooms in a wing. Our simulators will be there. We will have someone to make sure that our simulators are locked up at night or when they're finished at night with the night classes. You know, we want to make sure they're safe and taken well care of. So, I mean, it will be.
And you all will own the equipment, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We will inventory and own it.
This is overall. This is looks like a $294,000 project, and you've got a cash match of $27,930 plus a non-cash of almost $1,500. Is that coming straight from the Board of Education?
That is coming out of our general funds.
What's the non-cash? $1,400.
The donation that Dr. Eric Lloyd with Family Medical Centers that has 62 units throughout the whole state. He is donating a Welch Ellen wall-mounted diagnostic center that you see in a lot of hospitals in those rooms. We're trying to do a virtual hospital setting so that when these students are done, when they go out, they're not just frozen with fear when they're in a real world setting. They're actually going to kind of be in a real world setting. But he's donating that, and then he's also donating 2 pediatric exam tables. And that's the value of those that he's donating.
Yeah, Kim.
Who initiated this collaboration between you and the hospital? How did you come across these rooms and how did that transpire?
I think the communications is, Lindsey Wilson College, probably. They kind of, helped coordinate a little bit of that, but then.
In the district, we knew that they had a lot of areas that are not being used in the community hospital.
And our current nursing instructor she's on staff at TJ Health Columbia. She works evening shifts there too, so we're in discussions throughout that. Okay.
So you work with quite a few, hospitals on this, and so they are ready to hire?
Yes.
And you said they had 450 jobs available amongst all of those that are listed here?
Within a
50-mile radius, and those all are within a 50-mile radius.
And in their letters as well, they indicated that our students that come through this program, they would give preference to them. Because of the simulation.
So I was impressed with the use of HoloLens and 3D models and simulation. So which partners helped you work that into your curriculum?
Well,
We were talking with one of the pharmacists. Easton Bryant. And, he kind of brought up the idea. And so we researched it, looked into it, found the visible body aspect of it, and thought, this is the way to go. I mean, how could you not be impressed with being able to take the heart and dissect it and turn it? And, you know, how else are you going to be able to see the heart valve function other than through that visible body?
So this is just a school district initiative, is that right? So it's outside the ATCs or that, is that right? So one day you just decided we need to go down this route and provide this level of career training, career pathways. How long ago did that start? Is this a long-term program or is this something in the last couple of years?
The community colleges, or not the community colleges, but a lot of the medical schools and stuff like that have been using that for some time. The technology area are using those.
We attended a training that was held at Lindsey Wilson College where the vendors were there and they were showing this. We were watching, some of their nursing students reacting to this, and that's what it takes to get young people today attention and interest and buy-in. And we were amazed. We were educated, but we were amazed to watch their enthusiasm.
You get very invested just watching that whole simulation play out. And, if I was part of that, I can imagine that would be very engaging.
So where is the closest ATC or community college that has the same, that would have the same programs?
Well, we're not aware of any programs in a similar scope to this.
Okay.
But, this would be very innovative for our region.
So there's not a technology center 3 miles down the road that has CNA, physical therapy,
And you have to,
EMT?
I'm sorry.
Okay, no, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You have to drive the students 18 miles?
No, ma'am.
What was the 18 miles?
4 miles.
That's where Taylor County Hospital is, and they have a physical therapy, building
right.
We've had, the hospital is like 3 or 4 miles from our district. We will have, our buses bus students back and forth to, like Russell County already for, vocational things. So we will bus our students from our campus to that site every day, to the hospital. And they have a place in the back that they're going to sit for our students to enter from the back and go straight up to the
And you may have said this already, so apologies if you have, but what is the capacity of this program? For number of students per year you can?
I think we were talking, 340. That's counting the 120 of the pre-nursing that's already.
With dual credit classes and everything.
250.
265 extra.
Will students from any other school districts, will this be available to them?
Russell.
Casey and Russell? And you expect, are some coming already? I mean, that you'd expect more to come in the future?
They have their CNA programs, but there are letters in our grant that says they will be sending them for the upper level.
Yeah, they're very interested in the advanced, healthcare program.
This would be sort of a you'd be a specialist kind of in your region for this.
We would be the healthcare hub, and they would be our spokes, if that's the way you would look at it.
Madam Minister, go, another questions?
So, just, I want to make sure, what's your proximity to like Taylor Regional Medical?
18 miles.
18 miles, okay.
Then we're about 12 to Russell County Hospital, 12, 14 miles to Russell County Hospital, so, and we have commitments from both of them,
Well, TJ Health.
and TJ Healthcare.
And they've all, in their letters, said they'd be willing to sign on to advisory committees with us and help us keep us on track where we need to change or evolve. We would be able to do that with them.
And what county is the closest ATC?
Russell County,
Russell.
for our students are already being served with their, lots of other,
In other areas?
students there daily.
Really? And that's about how far? About 12 miles.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We have about 25 minutes spent together. Wish it was longer, but it's the way it is, unfortunately. If you just start out, first minute, if you just kind of introduce yourself, it would help us. And then after that, I think we have a video or something. You're welcome to narrate that if you want. And then have about 10 minutes, about 4 minutes on the video and about another 6 minutes just to kind of go over the project, why it's important, what you think it'll do, and keep it simple for us if you would. And then after that, we'll go into a little time for question and answer. So with that, it is being streamed live, and it'll be recorded and saved so anybody can watch it in the future if they want to. So with that, the floor is yours.
Well, we are all members, although there's more that couldn't be here today, of the Ohio County Work Ready Committee. And that encompasses both private and public partners in Ohio County and the surrounding region. And we'll just go down the line, and I'll have everyone introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Brad Sisk, Principal at Ohio County Area Technology Center.
I'm Seth Southard, Assistant Superintendent of Ohio County Schools.
I'm Chase Vincent. I'm the Executive Director for the Ohio County Economic Development Alliance.
Kenny Autry, Workforce Development Administrator for Ohio County Fiscal Court and retired school administrator.
My name is Rob McGrew. I'm the SSA HR Assistant Manager.
Cindy Fiorella, Owensboro Community and Technical College. I'm Vice President of Workforce and Economic Development.
Great. Welcome.
Our video begins at the Ohio County Area Technology Center. I'll let Brad narrate the walkthrough here.
This is the machine tool technology classroom area. I have a little separate classroom, and then I'll go into the shop area. Of course, our building is right down within walking distance of Ohio County High School. Takes a couple of minutes for students to walk down. And this is going out into the lab, the machine tool shop, computerized manufacturing and machining. There's a lot of manual equipment, manual lathes that we're seeing now that have been there for a long, long time. This was after school one day last week, so there's no students. That's why we're not seeing them. I'm going across the hall into the carpentry construction technology. It was after school one day, so it wasn't cleaned up perfectly like we normally do when we have visitors, but there's the way it was left. Electrical technology. Has some trainers. That's a little separate classroom area that the students built last year. And there's some trainers there in electrical technology. This is the welding area. Again, in the welding shop, there's booths, typical booths around the outside of the room. We have 14 welding booths with some older multi-purpose welders. We do SMAW stick welding, MIG welding, and TIG welding for beginning students. For those into welding, we have some Miller machines and some Lincoln machines primarily in the shop. Iron worker in the back. Metal bandsaw. And this is a business office, business technology. Classes like accounting and personal finance. In the health sciences area, which is very hard to fill, position fill, I might add. We have a new teacher this year. It was hard to get one because they have to be RNs when they come to work for us.
This is the computer lab at Ohio County High School. This is where they plan to administer a new robotics program and cybersecurity curriculum. This is a building that the Ohio County Fiscal Court purchased as part of our matching funds. That will be administered by OCEDA, the Ohio County Economic Development Alliance, and we anticipate hosting virtual assistance and remote work training for any adult that wishes to participate. And we're also in talks with Interapt and BitSource to become part of a Western Kentucky cohort, similar to the program that they administered in Eastern Kentucky last year for coding training. This is an old Catholic missioner's home, and it has 12 rooms. And in addition to a training facility on the main floor, the rest of the offices will be leased to Ohio County citizens that need to do remote work, because we still lack high-speed internet access throughout the remote parts of the county outside of Hartford and Beaver Dam.
Gentlemen would like to continue with any executive summary you have for tonight.
Sure. I'll just, to give some context to this request, our efforts to become a work-ready community started back in 2014, and we became work-ready in progress in November of 2014. That's when this committee began meeting, and we've made great strides in becoming work-ready. We've significantly increased the number of National Career Readiness Certificate holders in Ohio County. We've upped the high school graduation rate quite a bit. And
Soft skills certification.
Soft skills certification. Every student coming out of Ohio County High School now has soft skills certification. And our local employers have definitely seen that, but there still exists some gaps in when I have discussions with companies as to the positions that they can find, the workers that they can find for the positions they have open. And we were joined with the 6 other counties in the GRAD region in applying for a POWER grant. That's a federal program for workforce equipment, and that's how the ATC's equipment list came about. We did not receive that, and it was about the time that we were notified of that the governor's Work Ready Skills Initiative was launching. So we had meetings with OCTC and the Work Ready Committee itself and the high school, which are all members of the committee, and talked about what we could apply for. And this is the list that you have before you is the list that we're requesting. It's a pretty straightforward request. We're requesting equipment upgrades. We're not building any new facility. We didn't request any marketing funds. A lot of these programs already exist, and what doesn't exist, the robotics, will simply be marketed by the teachers and the guidance counselors at the high school. The operational budgets of the ATC and the high school, we don't foresee any changes in those because they're being housed within existing facilities. And the Peach Alley virtual assistance and remote work training facility, that'll all be operated out of my existing OCEDA budget. So that's the program or the request in a nutshell, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Can you talk about dual credit programs you have in place now, and if that's going to change, if anything, with this program?
Right now in our region, I think when you talk to the folks at OCTC, we are one of the perhaps the leading dual credit high school in our area. With this new equipment, it's been, I think, 19 years since we've had an upgrade in equipment at the Area Tech Center. So this equipment would certainly help get us up to pace and have a little more connection when our kids go from our facility over down the road 30 miles to Owensboro Community College.
So they're getting dual credit for
Yes.
like welding,
Yes, sir.
electrical, that type of thing, as well as the healthcare programs?
Yes.
Okay.
And dual credits are paid for by the school system, correct?
Yes, dual credits. Of course, you're all familiar with the new program that came back down this school year, where each district gets some funds via the state for dual credit. But the Board of Education has made a commitment to go along with that. We paid for every student's tuition in the district. With the money the state gave us, The board put an additional 35,000 in there, so we spent 75,000 this year on tuition.
Talk a little bit about the, some of the expenses in the program, welding, 300,000 for, maybe just touch on a couple of the bigger ones here.
Let Mr. Sisk answer that.
Yeah, welding, 300,000, and then next is IT at 200,000. And especially on IT, if someone would address, it looks like maybe that's going into the building that was purchased by the fiscal court, but part of that building is going to be used for company space or something. Is this 200,000 going throughout the whole building, or just the part for training, or anyway? But if you talk about that new building a little bit and the IT money, and also the 300,000 for welding, which is pretty big welding investment.
I'll touch on the welders and Chase, I'm sure I can do the other one. In the equipment request, there's a portion for the welding program, which looks like Miller XMT machines. Those are just all upgrades to equipment that you saw in the existing welding lab now. But in addition, part of that funding would be, there's a request on there for some virtual welding machines, and I think that's where a large portion of it may be coming in at. Live Arc reality welding system trainers, and those would be for like first-time welders who had never welded before, that we wouldn't have a continuing consumable cost, and there would be a safety factor to start off that we hope would last a long time, that we could use well into the future for students.
Okay, so those virtual welders are, how many of those and what do they cost?
There were 4 of those requested, and they're $49,662 apiece. So the total on that was $200,000, rounding off for those virtual machines.
And the IT, only 25,000 of our request is going to what I'm deeming the Peach Alley facility, OCEDA's training center, and that is for computers and the telecommunications equipment to provide high-speed internet throughout the facility, and fax machines and telephone lines. The rest of the IT, a bulk of that is going to be in the robotics equipment, and also the computers for the building automation software training and the cybersecurity training. The robotics was selected in conjunction with OCTC for the program that they're putting into place, and we selected that along with them, so that students graduating from Ohio County in that program could easily matriculate into the program at OCTC.
Okay, so the rest of the dollars, the 25 was going into the house, the building that was just purchased by fiscal court?
Correct.
And 180 or something is going into?
The high school.
Into the high school?
Yes.
Okay. So it wouldn't be in the technology center, it'd be in the high school, because that's where the IT program is?
Correct. That's where the robotics will be administered.
Okay. Questions?
Yes. If you received a partial award, a partial funding award, how would that affect your ability to move forward with this project?
It would be difficult for the Peach Alley project. We would probably have to ask more of the trainees. We're hoping to provide computers, for someone that just came, like I said, from one of the remote parts of the county and didn't have the capability to do remote work, either with their internet access or even access to a computer or a laptop. So we would probably have to seek other funding for that equipment, for the Peach Alley equipment. With the other pieces, for the ATC and for the high school, they in theory could be scaled down, but there are some things that, that we would probably, if we got a partial request, would just have to let that department know that maybe next time. But we would try to scale it down as much as we could.
What would be your priorities? How would you prioritize that?
Well, I think, with our local employers, we definitely need more industrial maintenance and advanced manufacturing. And, I pushed the GoFame program really hard, and Dicel is a sponsor of those students, and they need more people that can do industrial maintenance. So we would certainly leave that equipment in there. With carpentry being phased out at OCTC, we might have to whittle that down, not to use a carpentry. Thank you. But I think advanced manufacturing and healthcare would probably, we would put those as our top two.
So you have, this, I think I read in your executive summary that this project has sort of 3 buildings that it touches. And the fiscal court is coming up with $100,000 to purchase the Peachtree facility. Do I understand that correctly?
Peach Alley, yes.
Peach Alley, I'm sorry. And Peach Alley facility will house which programs?
Peach Alley will house the virtual assistance training and the coding.
Okay. The IT computer, is that right? The IT part?
It's, what we're hoping to train people on in the Peach Alley facility is sort of interdisciplinary between professional services and IT. I mean, that they're performing professional services, but they need IT skills to be able to do that.
And those are adult services.
Yes.
I asked mine, yeah, I've got my finding about that.
I think he answered it
Yeah.
about operation,
Yep.
operational costs. He said that he didn't see any change
No.
in operational costs, even though you're gonna have more equipment. I guess the same resources that you currently have will support those new equipment upgrades.
I can't speak for the high school for the ATC. I don't think they foresee any substantial changes in the utility costs or the operational costs. We have set aside in my budget, it's already been set aside to operate the new Peach Alley facility. So that'll be taken care of and we'll have supplemental income coming in from leasing the office spaces. But I don't know if
Right.
you'll want to say any more about your operational costs.
Well, most of the equipment would be an upgrade to existing equipment. So you're just basically trading out an old machine for a new machine, which hopefully will maybe be more energy efficient. The thing like the robotics, however, would be new, but all of that would obviously be covered by the Board of Education through their monthly utility bills. That wouldn't be an issue.
I might say, fiscal court has already bought the Peach Alley house, so it's not, I think you said, are they going to buy it?
Okay.
They have purchased that already.
All right, the closest location, you mentioned advanced manufacturing, industrial maintenance might be number one priority. The closest location for your students to pursue industrial maintenance is where today?
Right now, it'd probably be at Owensboro. It's about 30 miles away from us, 25 to 30 miles. So in order for students to do that, we'd either have to A, let them drive, or we could bus them. But going and coming, there would be an hour of their day just in travel.
Okay.
So that makes it a little more complicated as far as how do we fit in all the other subjects and so forth and so on.
If there is capacity, right?
Correct.
I mean, I don't know, is there capacity at Owensboro or?
Secretary, there is capacity, but we have very strong dual credit programming and early college activities. We also have re-geared our own industrial maintenance, for instance, programs because we have more FAME programs. We've got the computerized manufacturing as well as AMT cohorts. So we'll have 2 AMT cohorts going, a CMC cohort going, as well as our traditional students for machining and for industrial maintenance technology. So yes, we do have area high schools, but Ohio County has a very strong ATC, and they've been able to articulate with us well. And so I think that them aligning their equipment request with the types of skills will position those kids very well for graduation, 2-year graduation, as well as going into these work and learn quasi-apprenticeship models that we have with Dicel and a number of other manufacturers in the
So are
region.
the students in welding, advanced manufacturing, are they receiving dual credit
Yes.
today? They are? So this would just sort of upgrade those programs closer to what
It
you're
really
doing?
will. It will better align them with the machines that they'll be operating in industry as well as what they'll be experiencing in the college setting, so.
I think these upgrades will make those programs, those pathways more attractive to students. Because like I said in the beginning, we're still seeing a gap in what our local industries need. And Cindy, correct me if I'm wrong, but Ohio County, despite having the most students for OCTC outside of Davis County, we have the lowest student participation rate for the FAME program. which is something that I've, tried personally to keep pushing to the students. But if we had new equipment and, something that we could really, entice these kids with to go into those pathways, I think that would certainly
Well,
help that.
good news on that front, we did see an increase in participation. We're getting ready to select that class. We had 36 highly qualified applicants, and they'll be chosen by manufacturers in the region, including Dicel tomorrow. And so we did see an increase. So you guys, your alignment with the college and pushing kids to look towards manufacturing careers versus just skills in the high school, I think are paying off. So thank you.
How do you propose to operate the adult programs in welding and healthcare? Are those going to be done at
The ATC is open to adults at any time, I believe.
It is
I'll let
open.
Brad speak to
We're
that.
primarily at the 9th or secondary, 9 through 12 school. Adults can come if we have room, but typically we're fairly full, and like in welding, the past several years, it has been full with high school students. And, but I want to go back and speak just a minute about like the Go Fame. The Owensboro teachers visit our school regularly. For example, in machine tool, and teachers come to recruit students. I think some of those are signing up for that program. And we took a field trip recently to Owensboro to Sun Windows. Their president of that organization is involved in the FAME program. We're, trying to push more students to look into that. That's a great program, the FAME program.
And I believe classes have been hosted at night in the past if an industry has a certain number of people that need training in any certain area that the ATC provides, that they can host night classes for adults if demand if they see fit.
Our region is pretty savvy on college credits, and so usually the ATCs will make referrals to the college for both industry training and adult training, and then we link them into the whole workforce system that way.
Non-cash match here, the 100,000, would you touch on that? Again?
That's the purchase of the building.
That's the purchase.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Anybody?
Could we talk a little bit more about the private companies that are hiring kids in this region that you're serving?
Locally, we have Dicel, who sponsors FAME students. We have a hospital in Ohio County Hospital, that plucks people right out of the healthcare pathways at the ATC. You could, Cindy, maybe mention some of the other employers.
Purdue, Ritatsu, which is another manufacturing concern, Purdue. And then the way our counties sit, actually, you guys have a lot of citizens that work
right
in Davis County and in Madisonville. So they kind of are splitting in the middle there geographically. So
manufacturing
Do they
is
contribute money or
the employers,
or any of these private companies? Are they participatory with you in any meaningful sense?
Yes, over the years they have been. They're not obviously on paper contributing to this request, but they work closely with the ATC to make sure that their training demands are being met and guiding them on what pieces of equipment need to be purchased over the years and what programs they need to be offering. We didn't have industrial maintenance for a while. It was due to these private partners sitting around the table with the educators that we were able to bring that back.
What is the equipment that you said was like 19, hadn't been upgraded in 19 years? Is that the advanced manufacturing equipment?
Primarily the welding, and he could speak more to that.
It's just at the Area Tech Center, most of the equipment that we got, the last real shot of equipment money we got was like in 1998. A lot of the area centers got some equipment funding then, but since then, we really don't have much of an equipment budget at all.
Are there any private companies driving the welding?
Yes, we have local employers there in Ohio County. We have Armstrong Coal Company that is working in Ohio County, Young Manufacturing, they're wood manufacturing in the county, and there's some locally owned welding companies there in Ohio County. They're hiring our students.
And the machining, how much is CNC machines out of the 200,000, or let's see, 127,000? Is any of that for purchase of CNC machines?
Yes, Yes, the CNC, we have gotten a few CNC machines over the years, like with Perkins funding, but, you know, it would take all of our Perkins funding plus more to buy one good machine.
So how much of this 127 is CNC?
Let's see, machine tool.
I believe, I'm not up on that, but that's the top portion.
Yes, like the Haas programmable rotary table, that's going to be CNC related. The Mastercam update software, that's specifically used for CNC machines where the students, you know, design the piece in the classroom and take it out to the shop.
It looks like about 90,000.
90,000 plus or minus, okay. Okay.
Good deal.
All right, well, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.